try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badger name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hey there. Good evening, social change warriors, justice seekers. Welcome to another episode of Friday Night Lies. We are in our 4th month. It's hard to believe. 4 months. And there's Tanner. He's saying hi and welcome to Friday Night Lies as well. So welcome. And it's hard to believe we started Friday Night Lies back in January, and we're already we're in the last week of April, aren't we? I guess next week will be considered the last week. So glad to see all of you. It's been quite the week, hasn't it? It's sort of surreal. That's sort of what I'm thinking. I can't wait to hear all of what you guys have to say tonight. Julie's going to be joining us, our resident Bostonian, craziest person on earth. I'm pretty excited to hear what you guys have to say tonight about what went on this week, because even though there wasn't a lot of trial because they ended early, 2 days in a row, there was a lot of content and a lot of substance, a lot of chatter going on in all of the chat boxes and social media and all the live streamers and the content creators, the big five, as I like to call them, right? Lots going on, people's opinions, and everybody's got something to say on both sides of the aisle, the anti-Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and the free Karen Reed, John O'Keefe. So it was a week. So we're going to dive into all that tonight and get your opinions, get your comments. And we tried something new on Wednesday night during my Angry Bitch Club. And I'm going to let you know about that here in a second. But first, I always like to introduce myself and say hey to everybody that's new and welcome to our channel. And then I'll say hi to everybody live with us tonight who are our regulars, right? Regulars in our friend zone, are the friends of Social Change Warriors. And love all of you, and thank you for your commitment to standing for justice and for calling out corruption and trying to help families get justice for their loved ones who were unalived by someone else's hand and someone else's decisions and actions. So I'm a big sports fan. That's how I came up with Friday Night Lies. Couldn't watch the movie when this came out. My kids were in high school. They both played high school football. And I was so jazzed, guys, to go to this movie with my kids. And there was like half the football team was there that night at Madison East High School. And we were all at the theater way out on the east side of Madison. And it was so much fun. We went out for pizza first and I couldn't wait. And we're all in the theater and I'm in the way back because I don't want to bug the kids' style, right? And there's some other parents there. I literally lasted 15 minutes, guys. I have vertigo because of my neck injury. So I was toast. I literally had to run to the bathroom. It was so embarrassing. And what caused it were those damn jump cuts. So movies that have jump cuts, I am not able to watch. It was so sad. So I read the book. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but there's so many. I don't think I've ever seen a movie in my life. And I only maybe I made it 30 minutes. It was a long time ago. I don't remember, but I definitely didn't make it very far. And those jump cuts will get you every time if if you have motion sickness like I do and vertigo. It was a bummer. So I ended up sitting out in the car reading a book and I didn't get to see it with my kids. So that was disappointing. So that's how I came up with Friday Night Lies, because we're going over the testimony in the Karen Reed trial. Number 1 is what we've been doing since January. And now we'll be looking at number 2. We're still playing a little catch up from number 1. So we'll kind of be weaving in some of the 1 testimony and comparing it to the 2 testimony for those that we didn't get to yet. So we are asking 3 questions of you at the end of our session here tonight. Did they lie? Did they tell the truth? Were they evasive? Or is it a combination of all 3? Because that's very possible, right? When you're dealing with a case like this, that we believe, those of us that believe Karen Reed is innocent and that she was framed, there's going to be people lying on the stand because we believe they're involved. Now, Julie and I have some interesting things to talk to you about tonight. Some of it won't be popular amongst, I think we're all hardcore free Karen Reed because those of us that are don't believe she did it. But I do have Julie and I want to talk to you about some things tonight that we've noticed in the last couple of weeks and that we want to ask your opinion of and tell you our opinion at some point during the night tonight. So welcome, Julie. Oh yes, Julie, I forgot. I got to send you the link. I'm so sorry. Okay, hang on a second. Stand by, everybody. I got to get Julie the link. Do you want me to email it to you, lady? That'd be the quickest way for me to do it from the platform here. Stand by, everybody. Let me block my camera for a second so I can take my glasses off to read the screen. And let me go invite our friend Julie to the green room. And any of you that want to come on the platform with Julie and I and chat for a few minutes, you are always welcome. I can send you this green room link to your phone or to your email. You are always welcome here at Social Change Warriors. And something new we're going to try tonight, I'm going to tell you about in a minute. So let me get Julie this link and copy it. And I'm going to email it to you, Jules, if that's okay, because that'll be the quickest way for me to get it to you from the platform here. Otherwise, let me find my phone. I was on the run tonight, guys, because I'll tell you about it in a minute. I literally just got back to my house like 15 minutes ago. Yes, please, she says. Okay, good. I'm going to email it to you. So stand by a second here. Let me email that to Julie. So what we're going to try tonight is I have a Google phone number now, and we will take calls tonight if you're not comfortable coming on the platform or you don't feel like doing the techie nature of it, which isn't too bad because StreamYard makes it really easy to join our platform and get into the green room, and then I just bring you up on the platform. It's very easy. It's very user-friendly. But if you prefer to call and tell us your statement or ask a question, then I can give you my Google number, and then I can just hold up the speakerphone right up to the computer. We tried that Wednesday night. It worked out really well. But once we get over a certain number of subscribers on YouTube, we can use that call-in feature where your call will just show up there like the chats do. So I'm kind of excited to get to that level with YouTube where we qualify for that, because YouTube has like levels of techie stuff that you can do once you qualify based on your subscribers. So hopefully that will happen sooner than later. So I am just typing in Julie's email right now and I'll send her the link. Come here, Tanner. So I hope you all had a good week. It was definitely a lot. It's just so surreal that we have to do this again, right? That this case is still happening, that it didn't just end in a hung jury. And I was personally hoping that they were just going to drop everything and just say, you know what, hung jury, there's just too much going on with this case, too many mistakes made by the prosecution, too much with Proctor. And I just didn't think they'd retry her. I really thought maybe they'd think twice about it, but they didn't. And sadly, here it is. And we're back in a trial again and she's, fighting for her life, basically. I mean, for over how many years, if she did get convicted, it's hard to say, right? But it's just miserable to me that she's being put through this, because I don't believe that she did this. I don't believe that there's any way that he was hit by a car. I will be incredibly stunned probably more than I would ever be in my life if this ever were to come out. And this is what Julie and I are going to talk to you about a little bit. If it were to ever come out that she was too drunk to remember and that she did clip him like she might have thought she did, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I will be the stunnest I've ever been in my life. So I just, honest to God, to me, that's 1,000,000 to 1 that happened because of all of the evidence and the shadiness and the way that the witnesses have behaved, and the science, all the science, guys, is just a lot. It's okay. Zeus, go lay down. So now Zeus is getting into the action. Okay, so most stunned. So Vermont Brett Smith, most stunned. Yes, I will be the most stunned of anyone, and he or she will too. Hello, Vermont, welcome. Hello, MCAT. Oh, come on now, let's go. Time for you to take a nap. He had a lot of activity today. He was out running around with me all day long. Hello. Oh, I love this name. I don't know that I've met you yet. Is it Ursa Bet Dulka? I hope I said that right. Welcome. And make sure and tell us where you're from. Not obviously doxing yourself, just what country you're from or what state you're from, because I love hearing about that. And I love to travel myself when I have the time and the money. And so I always love learning about where everybody is from. So once again, Julie, you've been invited. You're all set. And I'm just going to quickly go through my spiel. So we are here to go over the trial of Karen Read 1.0 and 2.0. And we are here for justice for John O'Keefe, not just to free Karen Read, but for justice for John. There is no justice when the wrong person is arrested and convicted of a crime. That there's no justice for the family, right? That just sucks. That almost makes it worse that you have the wrong person arrested, and then if the wrong person goes to jail, that's almost worse than an unsolved case, right, Julie?
Oh, there I am.
There you are.
Hey, everybody. Sorry, my phone. I had to plug my phone in like a little press.
Sorry, I usually send you the link so much earlier in the day, but I was with Jeannie and Gary today. She got out of the hospital and we were celebrating a little bit. She was in the mood to go out and with her big halo and go shopping. So I took her to some shops that I thought she would like here in Volusia County, and we got a pizza together. It was such a celebration. She's doing so much better. And thank you to all of you that sent me prayers for Jeannie when she took that fall after her and I had spent 4 days in Orlando. She literally broke her neck. I mean, and I got to tell you guys, the delivery system of the ER that night was so bad. It was so bad. It literally sent me into a full-blown panic attack, the way they delivered the news to Jeannie and myself in the ER at 2:30 in the morning after we'd been there since roughly 9 o'clock. There was no bedside manner. It was so incredibly horrible. And I mean, there's ways you can tell someone that they fractured their C1 and part of their C2, right? There's ways you can tell people that. But to burst into the ER, into the room, and stare at both of us, we're both obviously in shock and we're tired, and we know Jeannie's severely injured. We just spent 4 days watching college basketball together, and we were both a little sunburnt from being at the pool. And that was the puppy's first big adventure. And here we are in an ER together, last place we ever expected to be. And the ER doc just rushes in and says, "You broke your neck in 2 places." And that was it. And then she said, "It's bad, and you're probably going to need surgery." And then she just kept going on and on and on, and not even giving Jeannie a minute to absorb what was happening to her, even though Jeannie's a nurse. So she pretty much knew it was bad. And I did almost break my neck in 2 places, but gratefully I did not. I ruptured 2 discs I knew what was going on as well, and I knew it was bad. But I'll tell you guys, that was a horrific 24 hours, 72 hours, all of it. That whole first week was scary, scary, scary. So to see her today smiling and happy, and she's wearing this cute little outfit, even though she has that big halo on, and her spirits were good, her husband's spirits were good, that really brought me joy and uplifted me, because today was a hard day in other capacities. So I was so grateful for that. So sorry about coming on the fly like this. Usually Julie has her link much sooner. So again, we are here because we are looking at the trial of Karen Read 1.0 and now 2.0. We believe, all of us, most of us that are in this group of Friday Night Lies, that she did not do this, that she was wrongfully arrested, wrongfully accused. And we want justice for John O'Keefe, who was a good man, who was a good uncle, a good brother, son. I took some heat the last couple of days, and we're going to get to that, because I pointed out that I personally didn't think he was a good boyfriend. That is my opinion only, and not disparaging the dead, because like I said, I wrote in the tweet, he was a good man. He was a good police officer by all accounts, good uncle, good son, good brother. But that doesn't mean you're a good boyfriend or you're a good girlfriend, right? And I can have, people were spouting off their opinions, and I can have one, right? But I took a lot of heat for that, and we'll get to that in a little bit. So again, this is Social Change Warriors. We are a advocacy volunteer movement. We are advocating for homicide victims and their families for justice in their unsolved cases. Majority of them are domestic violence cases. On Wednesdays, we are supporting women whose lives were taken by their partners or their husbands or their boyfriends. And we're also supporting survivors of attempted homicide, domestic violence homicide on Wednesdays, and supporting them in any way we can to get justice in the cases where their loved ones, they were their loved ones, or they thought they were, and they're still out there free and clear, and they haven't been arrested, and there's nobody paying for this crime. Thursdays, we are calling out corruption in cases like Karen Read's and John O'Keefe's and several others that we're working on. Ellen Greenberg, our newest case that we talked about last night, Daniel Reed Smith. So if you're interested in that, we did an introduction to Daniel Reed Smith. We met his mom and dad last night on the live stream, and it's a horrific case. There is corruption. In my opinion, I've been studying the case for 2 weeks now, and we'll get into that more when we live stream again with his parents. But it's just another tragic case of police not doing their job and then passing the buck to someone else, and then they not do their job. And it makes it extra egregious because Daniel's father was a detective at the agency that was investigating his son's case. So they have closed the case. They have not arrested anybody. It's a pretty horrific situation for this family in South Carolina. So you can check that out in our library, just like you can all of the victims that we're advocating for and their families. And a couple weeks ago, I reminded you guys that in social psychology, what tends to bring out the worst in people is social media. And social media, is not that old. It's only been truly around approximately 2004, 2003. I think that's when the old MySpace came out, which is dating me and my kids now. They were in high school in 2003 through 7 and 2002 through 6. And that's when MySpace came out. I didn't know a thing about it. What I did know about it, I wasn't a fan of. I didn't really want them participating. But then, from there, it just exploded. And if I go back to one of my first jobs, guys, we didn't even have email yet. Email was just for like big time, like corporate bosses. And it was like corporate emails. And a lot of nonprofits that I worked for didn't even have emails. Everything was done via note, like inner office notes. And what did they call them? I'm trying to remember what we even called them. There was, it's just old school, right? So this social media explosion really has happened in a very short amount of time. And it is bringing physical, emotional, and psychological stress to people. And that is very concerning for my social work side. I don't know what you think about this, Julie, because you are much younger than me, and you were basically raised with this type of technology.
Raised with this type of technology, yes. I mean, do I have Facebook? I mean, I was still in college when Facebook came out. I used it, basically for like hockey tournament pictures and like pictures from college. but then just stopped because it turned into just like a place where you could like, hey, like, like, oh, like you might know this one from where you went to high school, and you might know this one from, from friends with this one. And then it turned into this huge thing of like, they started to do some type of like farming bullshit, and it's like, oh, you could farm, you could do this, you could do that, oh, you could buy stuff, you could talk to this. It was like, you know what? No, not for me. So it's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
I haven't logged into it in I think 10 years. And like the running joke amongst my friends is that every single year, because they get notifications like, oh, it's your birthday, every single year they get notifications that say, it's my birthday, and they post, they're like, happy birthday, Julie. And they say like it's right below, so it's sequential. So you see like this year, a year apart, and it's like a running joke because like I don't have anything updated, so they just post just for like shits and giggles.
Right.
I don't do any of that like stuff. Like I have my like roundabout way to go abroad just to get the scuttlebutt, but like that's just to look and see what's there. I don't respond to anybody. I think that's just a huge waste of time. I mean, it's not for me. That's my opinion. Disclaimer. That's my
I understand. No, it's a good opinion. A lot of people have it. They don't mess with Facebook or Twitter X. They just watch the news for their news content, or they come to these live streams and participate in the chats and in the friend zones like we have. I've been participating. I used to participate more with Facebook, and then I got burned by people I thought were my friends, and it was really bad. It really affected me in a negative way, and I just completely went off of Facebook. I kept my high school reunion page just only for updates about my high school, good news, sad news, class reunion updates. That was it. I went completely personally off. And then I was really enjoying Twitter when it was Twitter for many years. But I never got into any debates or not anything negative. I only went with good debates, healthy debates. I stayed away from all negative. And then I just went off of that for a while because I felt addicted to it in a sense. I'm like, whoa, I'm on here way too much. This is not healthy. And then I started Social Change Warriors. So that was 5-6 years ago. That was taking up a lot of my computer time. So I had to step away. And then when I started Social Change Warriors, I wanted to participate a little bit in Twitter again to help, promote and to share out people that we were advocating for. And then this getting involved with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case and the two different sides of the aisle with the people that absolutely seem to despise Karen, which that's just weird to me. And that's what's wrapped up in this physical, emotional, and psychological stress that comes with these applications and with social media. And so I like understanding social psychology and the intolerance that people have for others' posts, where if you just take a breath, maybe you've read the post wrong, or maybe you're thinking of this person in a negative way that you shouldn't be because you didn't take the time to really understand where they're coming from or what their backstory is with this. So this is what brings up these echo chambers and this intolerance that we are literally seeing live. Those of you that follow social media, you are seeing this every day between anti-Karen Reed and then the free Karen Reed and both sides are for John O'Keefe. So there's no problems there, but the intolerance and echo chambers every day, it's always something lately, and it's constant. And then it became infighting where antis were fighting amongst each other and being mean and cruel. And then free Karen readers were fighting amongst each other and mean and cruel and making nasty posts to each other. And I find it to be just overwhelming and disheartening and sad. I know, Julie, you agree with me on that part, at least.
Oh, what, infighting? Huh? Yeah, it's I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. However, there are some, and again, I know less of it on the anti. Not that there's less of it happening, just I don't pay attention to who's fighting with what. I know that there's more in the free Karen Reed. Because some happened lately. We talked about this last week, and I guess it's still going. I think people are on the outs and throwing hissy fits and making it about themselves. And hey, guess what? It's not. We got bigger shit to do. Those of us who live in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, at the end of the day, we still have to live here, which means that whatever, good, bad, or indifferent that comes out of this trial, we still need to live here and work with police, judges, court systems, court clerks, politicians, you name it. We have to work with it. So it makes no sense to go out and call out people who are on this side, or call out people on this side, or call out or say, well, this one called this one a name, so I hate this one. Like, no, we don't have time for this. We have to look at stuff. That's why I like looking at the science. and saying, hey, what happened here? Let's talk about this, instead of taking time to say, well, so and so called this one a bad name, and so said I couldn't do this, and so went to the courthouse with a camera, and that makes me mad, and so said this, and now I'm gonna make fun of every single, like, no, we don't have time for that. And we also don't have time for like the crap that goes on. Like I saw a lot of stuff in I bounce all around, and like there are people going after like when they read the text messages, like I read that and I interpreted it a different way because I've lived something similar. Um, and so I look at it a little different. But a lot of people were looking, I think that's kind of what you were saying, saying that, he's a good man, good this and good that, but bad boyfriend. Um, and it just seemed like there was a lot of like victim blamey stuff, like, like, oh, well, he should have called her back. Like, that's what you got from that.
I don't really, I don't see, I read a lot of stuff. So I'll give you a little pushback. You and I are good at this.
No, I understand. Yeah. No, I got this earlier too. It was like, I don't need to be an asshole, but it seems like she seems exhausting to me. Okay.
Right. Right.
Doesn't mean that she went on ran over with a car, because that didn't happen, but she seemed exhausting. Like she just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. She's like, just call me, just call me, just call me, just call me. I'm with my daughter. I'm gonna go have a drink. Like, what? Okay, fine. You got oh, now you want me? Oh, well, I have to go have the plumber come by in the middle of a fucking blizzard. Like,
I saw a lot of comments on Twitter X. I didn't really go on Facebook much today, but I saw a lot of comments on Twitter X with that circle of everybody psychoanalyzing those text messages, because we have to now, because they were in trial 1.0 and now they're again in trial 2.0, and the best way to make sense of them is just to chat them out and talk about them. And I don't really consider that victim blaming to just because someone passed away, whether it would be natural causes or not natural causes, doesn't mean that you can't criticize something they did while it was happening or before it happened. I mean, no one's being meanfully mean about it. Like, I wasn't being mean when I said when somebody made a comment about very negative about Karen, and how Karen was, like you said, the B word, and that she was, overbearing. And I saw someone say, I could never date someone like Karen. Well, yeah, not everybody's meant to date everybody. And not everybody figures out that they're not even meant to date each other. Sometimes that takes a year or two, because that romance stage, that honeymoon stage, that can last anywhere from 6 to 8 months, sometimes a year, depending on the couple. And if they don't have any kids and they're able to just travel and go out on dates and have fun and no responsibilities really other than their job, that honeymoon phase can last. Now, I can speak to this because I was single, I was married, I was divorced, I've dated, I've been in relationships that were great, I've been in relationships that were horrific. I'm 62, guys. I have a history of this, so I can speak to this and what this is like for people that are trying to be in a relationship, and that honeymoon phase can last. And then all of a sudden, things that you do are suddenly bugging this person that you think loves you and would never leave you, maybe, right? And all of a sudden you talk too much, or you do this too much, or, hey, I don't really love it that you like dogs, so when this dog passes away, you can't have any more dogs. These are all things that have been said to me by people that I thought really cared about me. And I'm a year and a half, 2 years into these relationships, and all of a sudden they don't like things about me. And it's very hard to take. It's very hard to do, but you can't stay with someone who doesn't want you or doesn't accept you for who you are. People can't expect people to change for them. So I think personally, and when somebody posted this really rude text about Karen, I didn't feel like I had to jump in and defend her per se, but I wanted to point out that John didn't have the best dating traits. I mean, from everything we've heard and seen, right, which isn't everything, but it sounds like he might have had trouble being in a relationship, being in a committed 2-person couple relationship. And then you add on the stress of losing his sister and his brother-in-law and becoming a parent. That was so much for him to bear. I can only imagine. And so then trying to make a girlfriend, try to make a girlfriend happy, and she's trying to make you happy. And it's a lot. It's just a lot. So they're arguing, and that, I guess it was weekly, right? That's what we heard in the trial, that they were having weekly arguments, not daily, but weekly. I'm sure that got to be trying, and guys tend to not do as well with that as women. Women tend to be able to tolerate and have more patience for always not getting along and the little bits of bickering here and there, where guys tend to be like, I'm out. This is too much drama for me. You know, you can just hear guys, guys speak. That's just men are. Melanie Little said it really good the other day. Men are from Mars, women are, the whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing. And it's very true in a lot of cases, right?
Oh, what difference? Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. None of them are perfect people. Like they both seem like not great people. We'll just put that out there. Like we got to be real about this. Like you can't say like, oh, she got charged with injustice, or like she got charged unjustly, therefore she's a saint and has done no wrong. No, she was a person before this happened. She's a person now. She'll be a person in the future. People are human beings. Humans are flawed. Karen
Well
Reed is a
said.
flawed person, as we will see from statements that she's made and everything that's kind of transpired and happened. Does that mean
Yep.
that she ran him over and hit him with a car and did a pirouette or whatever the Christ they're coming up with now? Absolutely not, according to what science and physics in the car and John O'Keefe's injuries and everything else says. About a month ago, Mr. Dixie, John Camo, on his show, he kind of said it out of the blue. He said, "You know what? I question myself or like a lot, like saying like, could she have done this? Because of some of the stuff that she says and how it comes across, and it's like, oh no, we never did that. It was perfect. We were fine." It was like, no. Then it comes out that we were actually fighting. Then there's video footage of like this stuff happening. Then there's other stuff coming out. And he says like, could she actually do it? And then he went through and said, no, Canton did this. The Mass State Police did this. This one did this. That one happened. His bruises did this, and he says, yep, couldn't have happened, because like some of the stuff she says is just wild, and I did the exact same thing. I mean, that's part of the reason why I started doing this stuff, because it's like, look at what happened, and it's like, wait, a lot of stuff isn't adding up, and from what the Commonwealth was doing, and then look at what was put forward, and you look and say, it looks like there's some shenanigans there. But then you look at her actions and what people have said and what comes out with the messages and everything else and what happened with Higgy, and you go, wait a minute, could it? It was like, no, it couldn't have. But then you look and say, well, the leaf blower, could the leaf blower be innovative? And then you look at the taillight pieces, could they have been found? Then you look at the nagel blob, then you look at the drops and everything else, and you go, no, she didn't do this, but like something happened. And if it's just the fact that she was drinking and they were fighting, that doesn't make her guilty of murder. And like, that's basically where we are. But we have to accept reality. Like she's not this perfect deity. She's a human being, and flawed people get set up and framed, and Jen McCabe's do stuff like flawed people. But in my opinion, the people that did this to him are 10,000% worse. There's going to be special hell for those people.
Yeah, well, that's more than just, like you said that awesomely, Julie. We're all flawed. None of us are perfect. We all make mistakes.
No one's perfect.
I screwed up today and I responded to somebody else's post on Twitter X, and I ruined my day. And so I never meant to do anything that would bother anybody or harm anybody, or I wasn't trying to be snarky or mean or anything. I was just making a comment, and innocently, I truly was. And then somebody else took it and ran, a couple people ran with it as if I was being rude and nasty, but I truly wasn't trying to be that way. And if I had it to do over again, I wouldn't post it, because some things you just cannot convey in a text message or in a chat box or in a friend zone or on Twitter and social media. I should have never said a single word. I don't even know who this person was that I was responding to. So I'm going to explain it to you, because I want to. And I highly doubt any of the people that got irritated with me are even subscribed to our channel or come to any of our live streams. So it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, but I'm going to tell you the absolute complete truth just for transparency. So I like Melanie Little. I think she's super wicked smart. I like Emily D. Baker. I like a lot of the lawyers that are doing these trials. I mean, I understand it's a business for them. And so this isn't about, it's a business. It's not just because they have a passion for true crime and they're lawyers, they're attorneys. Some of them are not even criminal attorneys. They just have a passion for true crime, and they're also attorneys. So they're like, hey, let me do this. And so I don't know who the first law tuber, as they call them, was. I have no clue. I didn't even really know that law tubers existed until I started following a case. Which case was that? might have been Jennifer Dulos, the Turconis case. I think it was that one just 2 years ago, when Jennifer Dulos was unalived by her husband, allegedly, because he unalived himself before he could be taken to trial. But his girlfriend was then taken to trial because was arrested for being a party to a crime and for obstructing a police investigation, and I believe for possibly concealing a corpse. I don't know what all her charges were. I just started to follow that case. So that's when I realized, hey, this is interesting. There's not just court TV anymore. There's actual attorneys who are using YouTube and they're giving their attorney opinion, their legal opinion. And I found that to be fascinating. So I started watching Emily D. Baker when I first started watching the Karen Reed trial. And then I found out about Melanie Little, started watching her. So I have total respect for both of these women. They're both, as you Bostonians say, wicked smart. And I wish I could say that with the Boston accent, Julie, but I can't. But anyway, I was watching Melanie Little this week and I felt concerned. I thought she didn't look too well. I thought, oh God, I hope she doesn't have the flu and she's still trying to live stream through that, because that's just a natural. I mean, if someone watches me and you don't have anything to say like, oh, her hair looked kind of weird the other day, or she wore those funky braids, then you're not human. So I'm sure some of you have had something to say about my funky hats, or when I wear purple, or when I braid my hair, or when I don't. I mean, come on, right? We're all human. If you're watching live streaming and you're watching content creators, you're going to say something mostly to yourself. You don't go broadcast it on Twitter or Facebook, but I just said to myself, gosh, I hope she's okay. She doesn't look well. And that was concerning to me because I really like her. And I would have said the same if any of the other YouTubers didn't look like they were feeling too well. Well, then I'm on Twitter today, and I should have never been on there because I've tried to take Fridays off until we do this. And somebody who I don't even know made a comment about alluding to her, and it wasn't very kind, and I didn't really like that. So I didn't want to necessarily defend her because she doesn't need defending, but I wanted to go on and at least say, oh, well, I think she might have been unwell, and that she wasn't feeling very good. And so I made some comments to that effect. And then someone else made a comment, not me, someone else made a comment about Ozempic and how people are using that to lose weight now, and that there's a lot of people having health problems from it. And I had heard about that and I knew about that. So I just made a comment, right? You're not supposed to use that unless you're type 2 diabetic because it can be dangerous. I did not say Melanie Little was using it. I never once said that. So whoever got mad at me, they weren't really understanding what I was just commenting off of someone else's post like everybody else does. I wasn't accusing Melanie of anything. I wasn't defaming her or degrading her. Was truly concerned. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being concerned if you think somebody might look unwell. If I looked unwell and none of you were concerned, then I guess you don't give a shit about me. And that's okay because you don't have to. But anyway, that's what happened. And then I got attacked. And then somebody else from Miss Shorty's group attacked me from something from 4 months ago that I have no apologies for, that I refuse to apologize for because it's my own ethics, it's my own opinion. And that person can pound sand, whoever you are, because you were super rude to me today. You accused me of things that I have never done, that I would never do. You made it out like that I'm trying to brag about what I did for a living when I only say what I did for a living so that when I do give you my opinion on something that has to do with mental health or social work or law enforcement or cops, I tell you that I used to do these jobs because that gives me credence to tell you these things. Everybody does that. You watch the law tubers because they're telling you they're a lawyer. If they weren't a lawyer and they gave you all these opinions, you wouldn't watch them. Right. So I don't expect anybody to listen to me if I don't explain to you that, hey, the reason I'm telling you this about law enforcement, or the reason I'm sharing this with you about mental health or about psychology or social psychology is because I have a master's in social work. I'm a social worker. So then that person defamed my careers and basically accused me of bragging about my careers. It was a shit show of a Friday. And I was super upset. And thanks to Julie, I called her and vented to her because it was hurtful because I am never trying to hurt anybody on this platform. I am an advocate for victims of homicides and domestic violence homicide and survivors. And that's what we're doing here. We're volunteers. We don't get paid. And so I just wish people would take more time before they do this knee-jerk reaction and start commenting on social media and on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, everything. Just take a moment and think a moment before you start hammering on somebody, and understand that maybe you're wrong and maybe they didn't mean anything and you took them wrong. I will be the first to apologize if I ever post something that hurts someone's feelings, because I would never want to do that. And if I didn't speak correctly, or if I didn't type correctly and my words did not come out the way I expected them to or thought that they would, I would apologize. So Friday has been not so great, but I'm hoping we can turn it around into a great discussion with Julie, our resident Bostonian, and with all of you in our friend zone, and kind of dissect what happened this week. So we've kind of already started it with talking about them showing these text messages, and with Garino being on the stand again with his sore back. Now, I want to know if you guys could let me know if you feel like it. You don't have to if you're here live tonight. You never have to type anything in our friend zone, but I personally do not think he's faking anything. I know what it feels like to have a bad back and a bad neck. And some days I do better than others. I have a very bad right knee right now that needs replacing. I have a left knee that was just replaced in November. I have good and bad days. Some days I'm not limping at all and it's glorious and I'm happy. Then other days I'm barely walking and I'm using my cane or my walker. So I am not going to disparage Garino. I'm not going to say he's faking it, because we don't know that. That's pure speculation. He could have been having a better day, right? But what do you guys think? I'm very curious to know. Julie, do you have any thoughts on his bad back and his bad spine?
Yeah, I mean, he went through a major trauma after the last trial. He basically got squished by, I don't know if it was a drunk driver or somebody,
Right.
but he was
Right.
he was in his a car sitting on detail, which I don't know how he was doing detail with somebody in his position, but I don't know. He was doing detail and got squished, and it didn't look like he was going to make it for some time, and he's back. So that's a good thing. We don't want
Yeah.
anybody to, you know,
No. No,
and
no
yeah,
matter
and
what
so
he did or didn't do in the Sandra Birchmore case or the Karen Reed case, he's still a
yeah, I
human
mean, that's
being.
not for us to hold him accountable. That's for the
No,
court system and everything else. Like, we want,
exactly. I don't wish him
hopefully,
any ill, and if he's in pain, I'm sorry that he's in pain. But if he did do something nefarious, if he did purposely miss those text messages and he was trying to help Matthew Farwell, then I hope he goes to jail for many, many, many years. And if he purposely did something in the Karen Reed case, then I hope he goes to jail for many, many years. But I don't wish him to be in pain and have a bad back either. So there's that. So
yeah,
I want to go back to Vermont real quick, Julie, and then I'm sorry to interrupt you because I keep trying to get to this, and then we keep going back and forth like we like to do, like The View. So Vermont Breadsmith says the dysfunction of the O'Keefe family is on full display. Peg was so distant from her children. She created an emptiness that they were, oh, I see, that they are medicating or were medicating with alcohol. That's your opinion. And I see why you would come to that opinion. I think a lot of people have opined on that over the course of this trial and this hearing. Julie, I know you have some thoughts, because sometimes this can be a traditional familia personality, DNA, right?
What, drinking or just
No. The behavior of Miss Peg, that sometimes people's behavior is linked to their DNA. It's linked to their upbringing. It's linked to their nationality. You were telling me a little bit about when we were together Wednesday night, you were telling me about Italian mothers and what they're like.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, her time on the jury, like I saw what Turtle wrote, I think it was yesterday or today, where they went through, where like he went through and was like, well, when Peggy O'Keefe was on the stand, she said this, and basically like, talked about her daughter, and then said like, oh, and then there's Paul, and everybody knows what happened to John, and didn't expound on what she meant by that and going forward, and I mean, I thought about that and kind of like rewatched her testimony a little bit. And I mean, number one, she's still the victim. She's not the victim in this trial.
Mm-hmm.
However, she is the victim's mother, meaning that her family has been broken up as a result of this. And she didn't testify the first time. She's testifying here, which means that she had to be prepped. She had to go on the stand. She had to relive what went on that day.
Right.
And again, it's a lot just in general. I mean, think about, having to go on this, this big, huge case that's disrupted for, 3 years, and you're there,
Yeah.
and, you're told no emotions, no expression or anything. And it's going to be difficult. So, to talk about, her daughter that she lost, her son-in-law, her grandkids, and then her son, who she's testifying in a murder trial,
Right.
for. Very difficult. So I wonder if she kind of regulated herself so that she wouldn't just, break down
Yeah, it's very
on the
possible. The thing,
stand and
oh, you're
get
coming in and out a little bit,
emotional,
Julie. You're coming in and out a little bit,
because
Julie.
after she got off the stand, I know that she left. Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah,
Am I back?
we lost you a little bit, but you're back.
No.
Yeah. You were kind
Am
of
I
like
getting
a
noise?
ghost.
Oh yeah. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
were kind of
So
like a ghost coming in and out. We
we're good.
lost
Oh
you.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it comes in and out. Yeah. So I wonder if it was just regulated because she just didn't want to go there or couldn't go there, but was talking about because it was just hard enough. It was like, hey, tell me about the time you found out that your son was dead.
Yeah.
Like, and you have to do it in front of a jury, in front of a judge, in front of the
Oh
Commonwealth,
yeah.
in front of a
Yeah.
prosecutor, in front of the defense, in front of the person that's being accused of it, on television cameras. I mean, it's a lot. And then just to see people, going after them, like, I give them more grace. They're the only ones that I give grace to in this. And then hearing Carrie Roberts, I gave her more grace because I didn't know exactly where she fit into all of this, and then finding
Yeah.
out about it, it's like, oh,
Now,
they're
I
both
don't
victims
know.
of a brain worm.
I don't think I know Vermont was with us Wednesday night. MCAT, you weren't with us Wednesday night. We kind of went over, and we can touch on that right now. I guess what I wanted to ask
I've
you,
not seen Vermont yet.
yeah, I don't know why. I actually I see that MCAT, but I don't know why you're not. Because I'm seeing Julie. Are you seeing Vermont Smith's chats?
Yeah, I see three of them.
Yeah, I'm seeing hers too. So I'm not sure why MCAT.
Are you on all? Are you on all? What is it? Is on all messages on the chat filter? Are you on all messages?
Oh yeah, make sure you're on all messages, MCAT. That's you. There's a place where you can click that. Sometimes that gets clicked by accident. Thanks, Julie. I forgot about that. Yeah, MCAT. Peg had no trouble disparaging her marriage. Yeah, that was
No,
weird.
that's
It's
okay. That's. I mean, but that's
yeah.
just an old person thing. Again, I think that's more of an Italian type
Yeah, but
culture thing.
that's not I don't think it's an old person thing. My husband did it to me when we were only in our 30s. He used to like purposely like put me down and cut me down when we were out in public or with friends or family. And it was embarrassing. And it's a narcissist thing. It's not an old person thing because Peggy O'Keefe is not that old. I mean, I'm 62 and she's probably, I don't know how old she is, but she's not that, maybe she's in her 70s at best. So I don't think it's an old person thing. I mean, disagree with you there. I think cutting someone down like that or making like jokes that you say, oh, that was a joke, but you know damn well it's not a joke. That is a narcissist thing.
I don't. Yeah, see, I don't see that as like. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about. We're just like, oh, look at this little battle axe over here. Oh, just she doesn't know what she's doing, or it's like that. I mean,
I
this is
thought it
this
was
is this is
hurtful.
more like cut the tension type thing, but.
Yeah, I just respectfully disagree with you there.
Yeah, disagree to disagree.
That is not something
Yeah.
she should have said on the stand. It had no place there. We don't crack jokes on a stand. I mean, 1 minute we're expecting to be sympathetic towards her because she's in tears and crying about her son who was killed, which I totally understand, and I was feeling sympathy for her. But then when she did that, that was a dig. That I call that a dig, and that's the word I was looking for a couple of minutes ago. My ex-husband used to dig me all the freaking time, and I've dated other guys that are total narcissists that used to do that to me. It's just these little digs that they give you and they make it out like they're joking. And narcissists are really, really freaking good at this, guys. That is like one of their main hobbies is digging on people in public but yet everyone else thinks it's a joke and you know it's not a joke. You know it's a dig, but you're crazy because they gaslight you and they make you feel like you're the one who's crazy or that you can't take a joke or that you're too sensitive. Oh my God, that's a narcissist's favorite thing to say. You're too sensitive. So no, I took that to be not a great thing at all. I thought it was super wrong and rude. And it actually made me feel less empathetic towards her, in all honesty. That's just how I feel. So anyway, now guys, what would you like to do first? do we want to look a little bit at Carrie 1.0 and compare to Carrie 2.0? That's what Julie and I were doing. We did it just a little bit briefly on Wednesday. Or do we want to wait and do that next week and go, we have not looked at Jen McCabe yet. Do we want to look at Jen McCabe 1.0 tonight? Or do we want to wait and do a comparison of Jen McCabe 1.0 as 2.0 is going on? I'm open to anything that you all want to do. Replay, you're not going to get a vote, unfortunately. So everybody who comes live tonight gets a vote. Julie.
I'd like to say something before we go into that. And my vote would be for Jen McCabe, because I'm pretty sure Carrie basically said just about the same stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm very interested to see Jen McCabe. But however, I do want to do the stuff that I sent you to show.
Yeah,
because again, the start of this trial, I mean, opening statements. Oh my God, just amazing. He Jackson went up there and did everything is reasonable doubt. Wonderful.
Right.
Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. We need reasonable doubt. No conspiracy or whatever. Did this? Did that? No. All reasonable doubt, because that's all this trial is. We don't know what happened, but we know that what she's being accused of did not happen. Then the Carrie Roberts thing happened. Then they're fighting on the bench. Oh, I'm sorry. Then Mrs. O'Keefe got up. Then there was oh my God, what happened yesterday? Then yesterday the text messages happened, and then the 3 videos were shown, and then they cut trial for the day, and then today was kind of sort of a waste of a day, but then they brought in that they were fighting.
Right.
So, okay, excuse me. So it was kind of like the week started off great, and then we said, okay, they're going to talk about the text messages, and Miss O'Keefe is going to get up there and talk about his family. So that's going to be kind of like a down date, but we knew it was going to happen. So let's just and then the 3 videos that they showed, I think 2 of them we didn't see, or what was it, 5 videos, and I think 2 or 3 of them we didn't see before, and they were a lot. And then people on other channels started to say something from the other side, and then more stuff came out today. So I think we should just look straight at it and say, here it is, because this is all that they have. And if all that they have are what she said. I'm just
going through everything we've covered since January. I'm just flying through it so you guys can see how much content we've actually covered. All of us that have been coming on Friday Night Lives and all the replay, everyone in the replay, we've covered a lot since this was when I got bit by the prairie dogs. My friend Kara's prairie dog bit me because it was afraid of my dog, I think is what happened, because it was snuggling with me moments prior. And this was when I got bit by the prairie dog. And I was just showing, if this is literally a 2-pound prairie dog. So can you imagine what a 90 to 100-pound German Shepherd, there you have it. How similar there, you can see the nail marks versus the bite marks. I thought that was pretty amazing. I honest to God, I did not do this on purpose so that I could do this. This was not one of Julie's experiments. This was my accidental experiment that I did not mean to do, getting bit by these prairie dogs, but I imposed my injuries over the top because it was very, very oddly and weirdly similar, and even looked similar after the fact. Because I took these photos maybe 5 or 6 hours after it happened. So I just thought that was just, oh my God, exactly. That was crazy. And I knew the minute that it happened, I looked at Kara and I said, oh my God, I just did my own experiment of what it looks like to get clawed and bit. And again, this was by a 2-pound prairie dog, not a giant German Shepherd. So anyway, I think there's over 150 slides now in our Friday Night Lies deck case file. So we have covered a lot of ground since January. And of course, again, Julie Nagel's Black Blob. Now, remember, we don't disparage people here. If the Alberts committed crimes, and if I looked at them as innocents because they did not do anything. They were there for a party. They weren't in on anything, these young post-college kids. So I'm not going to disparage them or call them out by their weight or their height or their color, their skin, or whether they're gay or not gay, or I refuse to do that. So when we talk about Julie Nagel's black blob, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the black blob that she said she saw, which is utterly ridiculous. We all know that's no way she saw that. And then if she ends up getting charged with perjury, or if she ends up getting charged with party to a crime because she knew what happened to John and she has not told anybody, then she'll go to jail. But I don't like all this disparaging that was going on today, because I guess she was at court and a lot of the free Karen Reeds went off the chain and they were saying really mean, nasty things about her. And that's not necessary. Talk to the facts, speak to what she's done in this case. Don't talk about her weight or what she eats or how much she doesn't eat. That upsets me. I don't like that when people degrade people. If they've committed a crime and they're criminals, then good, they'll go to jail. But let's keep the rest of it is not necessary, and it's just mean-spirited and it's not necessary. So, but this is our Julie Nagel black blob that is sitting next to Julie that she did the experiments on, which were just outstanding. And if you're interested in those, go back and look at our prior Friday Night Lies. They're in our library, and tell us what you think. But so we started out with Katie McLaughlin, firefighter, paramedic, and then we moved on into a little bit of Flamati, who we just saw. Have we seen him yet?
No, he was mentioned by what's his name?
Right. He was the one mentioned by, yeah, that's right, that he was giving chest compressions. And then then of course we went into Chris Elbert. This was way back on January 24th. So our first episode was, did I date it? I don't remember if I dated it. Yes, January 17th. So it has been literally a little over 4 months. So we had Chris Elbert, then we went into Julie, and then we had Julie Elbert for a couple of weeks because we had a tech issue. And then we went into, on my birthday, we had Brian and Nicole Elbert on my Valentine's Day birthday. That was interesting. And then that took over a couple of weeks. And then we had, it took us a couple of weeks to get through Brian and Cole. There was a lot there to unpack. And then we had the young adults, Brian Elbert Jr., Caitlin, her relationship with Katie. And then we went into Tristan, Ryan, Heather, and Julie. So that took us like almost 2.5, I guess about 3 weeks to get through all of the young adults and the whole truck issue. And was the Jeep parked there or was it not parked there? And we all agreed that we thought those three were probably the most honest of anyone so far in trial number 1. And then we got into Colin and then, of course, most recently, Matt McCabe, which I made this meme for, tell them the guy never came in the house, 100% lie. So we totally lie-o-metered him up big time a couple weeks ago. And then finally, we were going to get to Jen McCabe cross-examined. So that's what we can start with tonight. Now, would you rather I start with the 2 links that you gave me, or should we do those in the middle at the break?
You tell me.
Let's get into a little Jen McCabe 1.0, and then we can take a look at the other ones.
Before we do that, because it's going to be kind of a dark night because we're going to do with Jen McCabe and then the other stuff that came out and all the other stuff. So just 2 quick things. Last weekend, so good news. Number 1, last weekend, I think it was Saturday night. Team USA women's hockey in the World Championships against Canada. They go kind of back and forth, and this is the year prior to the Olympics. So the next big event is going to be in, I forget where they're playing in Italy, but I think it's Milan, somewhere around there. But they're going to play in Italy next year for Olympic gold. And usually what happens in these games is they go back and forth and they play and they go in overtime, and then somebody screws up and Canada gets a goal, and that's the end of it. Well, this game looks like he's doing the exact same thing, and they played horribly, and the defense was going one way and they were pucks going all around. But with I think 3 minutes left in the overtime, we end up getting a puck, and they end up slapping it in and beat the goalie, and we won gold. So that's why I have my Team USA t-shirt on with a little hockey player, because
that's fantastic.
Hockey won gold, and it's going to be great because next up we're going to get Olympic gold, just like in 2022 and just like in 1996. 1998. So Olympic gold, here we come.
Oh,
Second
that's
good
so
news is
awesome.
that on Tuesday we found out that Chief Helena Rafferty of Canton PD is out. She is out. Gone, 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 gone. So good riddance to bad rubbish. I
Oh,
mean,
I love hockey
no
too.
offense,
I grew up in Wisconsin, of course, and there's lots of hockey. And our high school hockey team won the state hockey championship my freshman year, which
we
was
did
so
too.
cool.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Badgers hockey team was so phenomenally good in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I loved going to hockey. I love that you love hockey. That's so much fun for me to listen to you and watch you have fun with hockey. So before we go full speed into Jen, I just wanted to show the Microdot's first video, which was July 2024. I have not watched this in a long time, and I thought maybe you guys would appreciate this. So let me see if I can pull this up here. See if I can find it. Well, that brought up something I didn't want. I don't know what, maybe that's not what I thought it was. Yeah, that's not it. Sorry, hang on. I'm gonna have to go find it. So stand by. So we're gonna look at the I'm assuming you guys want to do the cross, right? Because it's just gonna take forever if we do Lally and Jen. I think we want the cross, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought I had the right one pulled up, but I think this is her second day. I go by her suits. That's how I go by her suits. So let me see. I think this is the cross on the 20th. This is with Emily D. Baker. Yeah, I think this is the first. I'll just have to start it, guys, to see if this is it, because there's 3 days of her, and it's the way they word these is a little bit tough, but it says videos of Jen McCabe Cross with Emily D. Baker. So let me share my screen. I think that's the one we want to start with. So let me remove that and give me a second to present here.
Very interesting what came out this week with Carrie Roberts and how involved Jennifer McCabe is in how they're best friends all of a sudden. And she talked to her just the day before her testimony, and I'm sure she talked to her afterwards, and probably saw the tweet from Howie Carr and said, "Oh, of course you don't want to go on their side. Look, they're all animals. Look, they called you fat and everything else. Come with us. Come with us. Jen McCabe is the right person."
I
I mean,
know. You and I talked about this on, yeah, we
sickening.
talked about this on Wednesday, and
How close they are and how maniacal she is, Jen McCabe, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this on Wednesday, and I put up a tweet and I said, who do you believe that Jen McCabe will still be friends with Carrie Roberts after Karen is acquitted and the trial is done? And I said type a 1 for yes and a 2 for no. And many of you did that. Thanks a lot. And I may do that again tonight too, just for replay to answer for us in the replay friend zone, and for any of you that want to comment in our friend zone here tonight live, because I say no. I don't believe for 1 second Jen McCabe will be friends with Carrie much longer, and I think that was all orchestrated. And her testimony to me this week was utterly stunning. I because she showed us how manipulated she's been, and I said in the yeah, in the meme I put up, I said, is Jen McCabe Carrie Roberts' handler? And
yes,
I really believe she is. I think Chris Albert said, who is going to handle her? And Jen's like, pick me.
I know, right?
That's really what I believe. So, okay, let me see if I can, there we go. Okay, let me go back then and get this pulled up. This is the cross. Go back here with Emily. Okay, let me try to make it bigger for you guys. Now they've got this refresh button in my way. Come on, technology. Quit messing with me. I'm trying to open that up all the way. There we go. All right. Sorry about Okay. You guys is that okay? Oh, wait. Hang on a second. It didn't pull up. Hang on a second, guys. Sometimes this stuff does not cooperate with me. No, it's not cooperating. Timeout. Sharing my screen one more time. Just stand by. Sometimes it just takes me a hot minute to be able to get these videos to cross over to sharing the screen. It's in my tech room, but it's not letting me cross it over to share the screen. So give me just a second. I have no clue why it's doing that. Sometimes I just have to work with what I'm given. All right, here we go. Let's try it again. Did it come up this time again? Okay, now it's up. So let me go back and try to start it. But I don't know if this is what I want. This doesn't look like, I don't think this is Emily. I'm sorry, guys. I think I've clicked on the wrong button. And I'm not sure how that happened. I'm trying to look and see if this is the cross. So stand by.
Okay. So you're pointing to an area just.
All right. This is the cross. This is Jackson on the cross, but I think he's already midway through. So do you want me to go back and go from the very beginning of Jackson's cross, or do you just want to start here for now?
I mean, I haven't seen any of this. I missed the cross. I saw the first day and that was it. The first day
all right.
I didn't see the other 2 days, I don't think, because I don't
remember
it.
Let me try. So at least we have it pulled up now. So this is the second, she's in a different suit. So this is the second part of his cross. So let me go back and find the tab for the first part. So stand by and I'll get that for you.
Well, while you do that, MCAT and I are talking about hockey, and the Capitals and the Montreal Canadiens are playing, and I just said, I can't believe I'm cheering for the Habbies after being a Bruins fan for my whole entire existence.
Yeah. Okay, that's NBC 10. Yeah, that's the one we already have pulled up, but where is the first day of the cross? Oh, here we go. I think this is the first day because she's wearing a darker suit. Yeah, I think this is it, but I think I'll just pull up whatever I can do so we can get started. It doesn't have to be Emily. I think this is it, so stand by a second.
Did you check the trial channel? Okay. No, okay. What about the other day when Bev called Carrie Miss McCabe? That was very telling.
It was a hectic scene in front of Brian and Nicole Albert's home in Canton, Massachusetts on the morning of January 29th. Police, firefighters, and paramedics all responding because Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the ground in the snow. Officer O'Keefe spent the prior evening bar hopping downtown, and the Alberts were hosting an after-hours party and had invited John and his girlfriend, Karen Reed. Karen never went inside. She says she dropped John off and went back to his house, then woke up early and began frantically looking for him. Prosecutors say Karen is the one who killed John. They say she ran him over with the back of her car on purpose because their relationship had soured and she was filled with jealous rage. Karen says that's not true and believes it was actually the people inside the house who ambushed John and then framed her for his murder. One of the key figures inside this alleged conspiracy is Jennifer McCabe. The defense says she Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m., hours before John O'Keefe was found. But she says the search was done after 6 a.m. because Karen asked her to do it. She also says she and her family have been viciously harassed by Karen Reed's supporters. Tonight, we'll break down her crucial cross-examination as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe.
AI website creation just got ridiculously smarter. Check out what Wix is up to.
I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And another big day in Dedham, Massachusetts in the trial of Karen Reed. She's been accused of murder, doing it on purpose, taking the life of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. But Karen Reed has a different story. She's saying, I am the victim of a conspiracy. So we've got a trial within a trial taking place inside this courtroom. Legally, it's just about whether or not Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe. But the way it's actually playing out through the testimony, through the cross-examination, through the opening statements, through the witnesses, and ultimately through the defense case is whether or not Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe or John O'Keefe was murdered by someone inside the house, and then the people inside the house conspiring with local police in Canton, Massachusetts, and state police who took over this investigation to frame her for that murder. This doesn't happen all the time. You hear people throw that around, I was framed. But it's rare that you see it in a courtroom play out this way. And the defense couldn't be any clearer in their opening statement. They said Karen Reed was framed here. So one of the people in the center of this alleged conspiracy is a woman named Jennifer McCabe. And she did a search on her cell phone. She misspelled the word, but it was how long to die in the cold. It's actually hose long to die in the cold, or hos long to die in the cold. 227. This is crucial. This is the search or the alleged search at 2:27 in the morning, depending upon whose perspective you're looking at this, that really gave birth to the Free Karen Reed movement. It is the piece of evidence that told the defense, wait a minute, there's something else going on here. It couldn't have been Karen Reed because this search is done more than 3 hours before John O'Keefe is found. So no one's gonna search that unless they know that he's out there in the cold, dying. This is so important. This is the cornerstone of the defense. It was from this piece that every other part of this alleged conspiracy grew. And Jennifer McCabe, the one who allegedly did the search, is on the stand. So a lot of questions for her because she's a crucial witness, not just for the defense to try to prove their conspiracy, but for the prosecution to prove their murder. And the questions are like, what did she see? Did she see Karen Reed's SUV that night? Where did she see it? How many times did she see it? What was it doing? Who was in it? And at what times? All extremely important for prosecutors. And of course, important for the defense, trying to raise a reasonable doubt, trying to get this jury to believe that a reasonable alternative explanation for what happened to John O'Keefe is that there was this conspiracy to frame Karen Reed. Another big question is, what did she hear? What did she hear that following morning when she got to the scene with Karen Reed? And Karen Reed is allegedly frantic that morning. Did she hear the confession? A confession is direct evidence. I did it. I did it. I did it. That's called a confession. Direct evidence. So this witness, so incredibly important.
He's so dramatic.
Today began her cross-examination. And this could be make it or break it time for the defense and or the prosecution. So let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, joining us tonight from outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. Wow, what a day. What an important witness. A lot on the line, Matt. Great to see you. Tell us.
Okay, we're going to pause this here now because we want to watch it for a while, and then we'll hear what he has to say about Jen's cross-examination. So let me let me switch tabs here. See if I can get this to work without. Yeah, I'll lose that. That's okay. We'll come back to it. Okay, so here we go. And I did find Emily. Let's see if it's up there.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. So and then we'll come back to that because I don't love him. I don't hate him. I mean, he's very good at what he does. I mean, it's weird because he's been flipping like a pancake. Like some of his episodes, he feels like he's almost pro Karen Reed, and then other episodes he feels like he's totally against her. It's weird. I don't know what you guys think about that, but he just seems to constantly be flipping his opinion of what he thinks about this case. I love what MCAT said. Haas long till Vinny and Court TV report impartially. Absolutely. Okay, so let me get this playing for you guys, and then we'll come back for fair use purposes. We have to come back, and somebody gave Melanie Little a hard time a couple days ago about stopping and talking and stopping and talking. Hey, you have to for fair use, or otherwise your channel gets a strike. So you can't just play someone else's content unless you're doing it for educational and sharing purposes, which is what we're all about here at Social Change Warriors. Is we're an education channel, and the law tubers that are covering this case, they are covering it to give us information and to teach us something. So we can use their content, but we have to be talking as well and teaching as well. So I appreciated that Melanie stood up for herself against whoever this naysayer was in her chat. So okay, so let's see what Emily.
Yeah, but people are always bitching to Melanie because Melanie makes comments during the trial, and people bitch and say, "Oh my God, she's always commenting," which is ridiculous.
Emily,
that's why we watch her.
Right. And Emily stops and comments all the time because
exactly.
she's streaming this trial. So she has to do that for fair use as well. So people don't really understand that. They need to read up on what fair use is and how that allows us to use other people's content for education. And it's very helpful, and it's very nice that we can do that. So thank you, Miss Emily. We appreciate you for fair use. And
absolutely her freaking out because John O'Keefe didn't come home. She didn't know where he was. She was close to the niece and nephew, and they had already lost so much. Or is it because she knew where she had left him in the snow? We're going to have a lot more evidence to kind of push that one way or the other, I think. You guys let me know what you think, but we're going to get to court. Law nerds, let me know where you're coming in from, when you're drinking. I am trying to finish some greens today. Look,
I'm going to fast forward now. I just wanted to hear her intro. Okay.
Notes. I can't survive without notes. If I was a juror in a jurisdiction that they didn't allow notes, my head would implode. Like I wouldn't be able to hang.
I agree.
I agree.
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117.
Those are my
Karen
gavels.
Reed.
Hey, good morning again.
Bring the jury.
Good morning, jurors.
The jurors are present.
I want to ask you those same.
Everyone's got a lot of sun in their offices this morning, myself included.
Follow the
Good
instructions and
mess.
refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday.
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I mean, I went
Were
to
you
bed at
also
like
able to
7
follow
o'clock on
the
Friday. My head hurt
instructions
so
and refrain
bad.
From doing any independent research or investigation.
Did you want to talk about this case over the weekend?
Everyone said yes.
Or did you need a minute? I needed a
Did
minute.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here?
Y'all can watch me. Jurors, no.
Everyone said no.
Jurors, do not.
Thank you very much.
Do not.
May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
We don't go here. Emily, is it too early to be fast forwarding? Never. It's never too early to be zooming to the witness taking the stand. Never. Because I imagine they're going to hit a sidebar fairly quickly and we're going to just zoom.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, would you like to change any of your testimony? 'Cause I got some questions.
McCabe, family is important to you.
Oh.
Is it not?
I'm surprised that he didn't start with, would you like to change any of your questions? This cross-examination is going to come in so fucking hot right now.
Yep. Not wrong about that.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Truly
Thank you,
surprised
Your
by
Honor.
that.
Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of
Let
the
me
most
tell you
important
something
things
about
in
my
your life.
family.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe.
Would you like to change it?
Friend.
Any of your questions?
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly,
You did say that.
John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed.
The
is
defense
not
theory of the
family.
case is easy to follow. I'll
Correct.
give them that.
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
She doesn't even go here.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours,
I believe everyone went to the waterfall.
you spent some
It's been
time
well established.
with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Did they have high tops?
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
Ma'am,
They were
seriously.
both engaging with you? Correct.
Ma'am,
She
everyone
had
else,
separate
ma'am.
conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos. I'm not gonna-
Everyone else was like they had a lovely evening.
situated for the most part over in that corner as the
Even her
camera was
husband
looking, the right
said they
corner
looked
of the
happy.
bar, along with you, Nicole Keithes's, I think Matt McCabe was
Hard to
over there
keep
as
a
well.
straight face
correct?
listening to Jen McCabe.
I can't be sure, but
just
I
so
know I
bad.
spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to
Jesus.
suggest that there was tension.
Like, I don't know.
or
What did you tell
discord
me?
between and among those individuals, certainly
She's
between
snappy,
Ms.
she's
Ms.
rude,
Reed
she's bitchy,
and Mr.
everything,
O'Keefe,
all of the
correct?
above,
Correct.
When you
All the
left
things.
Fairview,
all the things, yep.
were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I don't know. Let's roll the tape.
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which were?
myself,
Total?
my
Okay.
husband, Matt,
Yes,
Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
people.
From the waterfall? He's
When you
talking about the
walked out,
waterfall.
Karina Cole Keithis was close by, close in town.
Julie Nangle
Oh,
wasn't
wait,
at
are
the
you
waterfall.
talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm
Obviously.
sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Mm.
Yes, we were
Yeah,
one of
done.
the last
Yep.
to leave.
And Miss
There were
Karina
4,
Cole
we were
Keithis
talking about
was
peanut butter
sort of
jelly.
in tow right with you as you're walking out, correct?
Yes.
What'd you say, Julie?
There were 4 of them and they were talking about peanut butter and jelly. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, we didn't kill anybody. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean,
Oh my God, that's so funny. That was really good. Very quick-witted, Julie, quick-witted.
She didn't even want to be there.
Was also
Nope.
heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me
You're coming with me.
to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the
exactly
words?
Something to that
words.
effect.
I said, why don't you come with me?
okay, so basically,
And you even
okay.
waited outside
What the
in what
hell?
was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a.
I know, right off the bat.
Okay.
Oh, good. More video from the
Actually, it's a
waterfall.
little bit longer than that, maybe a minute.
I don't know. Personally, I don't think Alan needs to apologize for showing video clips after we watched that whole dash cam footage on Friday
Right.
that appeared
For the record, Your Honor,
to
this
be
is
what we
about
were watching for no
12,
reason.
10,
Oh, yeah.
17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Bates, to 12.
Chad, I will try to increase the volume.
45
Let's see.
seconds. That's close enough. Mr. McKay, do you
Yeah, I didn't see
recognize what's
anybody
happening in this portion of the video?
How could
I
anyone?
see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
I mean, that's
Let's go ahead and
fair.
play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this.
It's completely fair. It's like, what is that even? The worst security footage ever. It's the worst placement of a flag in the history of the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's I saw that the first time. I was like, what in the hell?
Exaggerated. Level of hyperbole is not helpful this early. I saw
It's
people.
also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward.
Where you're
Well,
sitting,
There is
Bill.
sun in the courtroom. There is sun in my house. It is not easy.
I don't, I
Where I'm
honestly, I
sitting,
don't,
no.
I can't make out what that is.
I can't either.
Can't you see?
I don't think that's
So it's gonna be
evasive.
good.
I
Now
think
you-
that's just fact.
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize.
That's better.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
Maybe you should start from inside the bar and then watch her walk out.
Right.
Maybe.
So it's literally snowing at 12:10. Look at that.
Yeah.
Can you tell now?
What happened?
How about
to,
now?
there wasn't a flake in the sky.
What about now?
Nothing.
Has it gotten more clear yet?
That
Jesus
flag, like
Christ.
whoever does their security, that's so stupid. Like, why would you put a flag and you know it's going to be windy a lot of the time right in front of where your security cameras? That makes zero sense, right?
Yeah, but when half the police force comes in and drinks allegedly. while
True.
they're on- Yeah. So.
True. Right. So we're at 12 a.m. right now.
Yep. And look at how much snow is on that car. Look at that. That's
Yeah.
plenty. That's like the coconut test I did. That's okay. That tells me exactly how much snow. And okay, perfect. Okay.
It's
Good,
not,
good,
it's not
good.
it's not a ton. I mean, I would consider it.
It's
not a
enough.
ton of snow.
Trust me, it's enough. It's enough.
It's enough. Yeah.
Yep.
It's enough.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good.
Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
How
O'Keefe?
Yes,
do you recognize him?
Right.
I do. Yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward.
Well, it's not a photo, but okay.
And
Another glass walking out of the
you see the
bar.
person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
They have to
Is that
be
clear to
becomes-
you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
Hovering.
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
See, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to.
Okay.
Shit.
So you see yourself
I
standing
love
in
this.
the parking lot after John and the person to his right.
Oh my God.
Yes.
She's always
Let's
trying to
play it for
control.
just a few.
This
She's
is the part
always-
where I ask the question.
She's always trying to control everything. Like, she's a master controller. I mean, in some cases, that's a good thing. You know, if you've got someone in your family like that who takes control and helps plan everything and does everything. But in this case, it really shows how she just can't stand not to be in control of everything.
God.
It's just nuts, right? I mean, I forgot. I have not watched this back for a very long time. So I had forgotten how manipulative she can be.
Few more seconds.
I mean, that was so apparent when Carrie
the
kept trying to get-
combativeness is going to get
Jesus.
off the charts. But
Yeah.
Alan does come in a bit combative
Look at
as
all the
well in
snow.
his
Look at it
tone.
coming down.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I think that's
What
kind
do
of
you
his
appear to be doing
goal.
at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be
That
desired,
looks better. Okay.
A
You know
lot
that-
to be desired.
John O'Keefe
That's
left
a big
with Carrie,
parking lot.
correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that
So you know what else about this? Seeing how much snow was on the ground, 34 Fairview is not far from here. And
Nope.
so if she had hit him and he had landed on the ground, he would have landed on snow.
Yep.
And if there was grass under him when they took him to the gurney, that's because it melted from his body temperature, because there had to have been snow already on the lawn. And they're trying to say, oh, because there was grass under his body, he had to be there since 12:30. No, because
Yeah,
there was
that's
already,
interesting.
yeah,
That's
there's
interesting that
already
you say
snow on
that.
the ground at 12:30, right?
Do you remember when we watched was it Gallagher who had a leaf blower? Do you remember when we
Yeah.
saw that video and the picture of the leaf blower?
Right,
Remember
right.
how they uncovered blood on snow and not grass? Remember how there was nothing but snow there, that they never uncovered grass?
Right.
How do you
Right.
get blood on snow if he landed on grass allegedly?
Exactly. Because that they just made a big point of that.
And now they're saying that it's transfer. How do you how does that happen? Transfer? What transfer?
And this video
Explain to
clearly
me.
shows that there would have been snow on the ground.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, big time. Yep.
Not a lot
Yep,
of it, but
well,
definitely there by the flagpole for sure, because
we know that
nobody
there
would have
was
been
snow on the ground from her
walking
car
there.
driving from here to 34th Avenue, because when she drives by, there was enough snow. That's why I'm looking and I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
Everybody says that there wasn't snow. That didn't start until later. I'm like, no, I remember seeing snow, and yeah, there was enough snow, like a half an inch of snow, which is enough snow for a cushion. Let's just put it that way.
Right. And for exactly. And if she did hit him like they're claiming, and he landed on the snow and he was on the grass there, the only reason there would have been grass under him at all would have been if his body temperature would have melted the snow in those.
But there wasn't, because yeah, the few pictures that were taken, there was no grass underneath him. Show me where there's grass underneath them. There's not. There's snow.
Right. We'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and find that. Wasn't it Carrie that testified that there was grass under him?
Carrie said that yesterday.
Was
She said that
yesterday or
yesterday. Oh, there was
day
grass
before?
underneath.
Right. There couldn't have been.
Nope. Do you want me to find the clip from Gallagher of snowblow? I don't know if it's up here somewhere, but it shows a leaf blowing, and he's blowing.
I'm
on
gonna
top of a
run
pile
and
of snow.
I gotta run and fill up my iced tea, but I'm gonna put this back on and I'll be right
Play
back.
this. Yeah, just play this.
Yeah.
That would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay. So you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed,
You said you're coming with
or
me.
something to that effect, correct?
Well, why don't
Mr.
you come with
O'Keefe was
me?
not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told
O'Keefe,
Karen,
not
"You're
Officer
coming with
O'Keefe?
me," because
Okay.
John was still in the bar
Huh.
with Matt.
Her
So
nodding at her
you
is
asked
interesting.
Karen to come with you in your car
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Because Matt was
Matt
still in
was
the
still
bar.
inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that
I think
effect,
everybody
to my
was
client,
drunk.
to separate her from
That
John
too.
O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
I think he's
Objection.
implying
Sustained as to that
intent
form, ask it
that's
differently.
not
Sure. Did you
proven.
believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never an idea of separating them.
Except
That's
for
what
the
she's
fact
taking issue
the
with.
idea was, "You're coming with me," not "You two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
would be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct?
I
Your
mean,
idea was to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting
really
for John to
to
come
make
out,
more
and
out of
I
that.
said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
oh,
I'm not asking for your
It
explanation.
was innocent, jury. It was so innocent,
I'm asking
jury.
for
Make
your
sure you hear that,
the
jury.
explanation directly to the
By
jury.
definition,
Wow.
would
This
separate
woman needs to be studied,
Karen from
in my
John,
opinion.
would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained.
It's
Move
been
on.
asked and
Would
answered.
it or would it not separate John?
It's been
and
asked and
Karen
answered.
for the right over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview,
It's like a tick.
some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt, and kid.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
On Friday, that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Exhibit 66 with the court's.
Which will be interesting.
Okay.
Yep.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
It appears to be a
The way
relative
we said
scale
escape.
of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
It's so helpful. It's so helpful.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
Impossible
And
to see.
where's
It's
the
so,
mailbox? You can point.
it is so bright in my office. It's very hard to see.
Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's
I mean, it was snowing. How do you know?
quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
Was she driving? Or maybe she.
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox,
Mhm.
one end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband?
No
at any
idea.
Not sure.
point? You're not sure? You might have?
I'm not
And-
sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean, between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I mean,
I am. Oh, wait. No, excuse me. Repeat the question.
You're aware that.
Excuse me, okay?
In
Excuse
the
me.
exact same spot you just.
Excuse me,
Right
repeat.
in front of that
huh.
mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know?
Because
where
they've
the Jeep
talked
was
about it.
Because you told him what to say
They
about
had
the Jeep?
secret family
Absolutely
crime
not.
meetings.
It's because we drove together in the car
Got
and
it.
I asked.
Hmm.
I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I
Possibly
didn't mean
could
to
have
put any words like that.
That's okay. You can continue.
Oh,
Yikes.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your.
Do you remember that from the first time?
No, I haven't seen any of this.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh.
This
that's
is
right.
all
You
this is
missed it.
all brand new to me.
Oh my gosh. No wonder your comments feel so organic because you've only
Yep.
seen it. I almost cried myself. I almost peed myself when she said that live the first time, where she said, okay, it's all right. You can continue. That's worth a second listen. I got to rewind that.
Yeah.
That's just priceless. I forgot. I'd forgotten about that. Let's see. It's very tricky to rewind. I'll have to go back at least a minute because my hand shakes a little. So
I think if you hit the left arrow, I think it goes back like 30 seconds. Does that work?
Indicated that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
liar,
it
liar,
was
liar.
snowing. How do you know?
Quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
Was she driving? Or maybe she.
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox,
Mhm.
one end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have?
I'm not
And-
sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean, between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
This Jeep thing just gets on my
Possibly.
nerves.
You're aware that he put the Jeep
Look at
in
him look
the
right at
exact same place that you did.
I know.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I mean,
I am. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that note.
huh.
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know?
Because
where
they've
the Jeep
talked
was
about it.
because you
Of
told
course
him
you talked
what to say
about it.
the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Oh, shit.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question,
You can continue.
did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him.
She's
something
just
else.
I did not
unbelievable.
need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
And we were in shock and horror. Oh, no, that's not yet.
When are you asking?
At any time.
She's like, objection
January
vague.
29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also
Again,
interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January.
the attitude between the two of them is at some point, I imagine, going to get commented on by the court. But
Easy.
I do appreciate that she's like, when in time are you talking about? Because the prosecution's not making the objection vague. It's just a matter of whether the jury thinks he's pressing too hard or if the jury thinks she's being too evasive.
Obtuse.
It's going to be a long day.
29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked.
She's one of the only people, it
series of
seems, that they talked to that day.
questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
No.
At the
Told
moment.
you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a?
Sure, Jackson says.
You told Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes, thank you.
She just
I want to
disdains
understand
him.
what's going on. Chat, just so you know, some of you may know the answer to this. We are watching as the jury. I want to know, I want them to answer in court what the deal is with
You'll review
Trooper.
that.
So I just want to remind everybody that's not familiar with Emily D. Baker. The first trial, 1.0, her and all of her law nerds, as they call them, law nerds, they watched the trial as if they were the jury. So she asked for everybody to stay, impartial, pretend that you're on the jury. And she was pretending basically that she was on the jury. And they did that for a very long time throughout this trial. But then as things got more and more crazy, and these witnesses became more obviously like, you did what? What just happened? You said what? I mean, you can see Emily, you can kind of see where her tide starts to turn, where she really starts to be like, this is crazy. There's no way that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. And then slowly her chat started to come around as well. And then they were no longer, they didn't wait till the very end. Emily might have, but I know when I was looking at her chats and being in her chats, a lot of people came around during this Jen McCabe debacle of a testimony. Julie. I thought it would be good to remind everybody that that's how Emily and her chat watches the trial. They watch it from a jury perspective.
They came around during this.
Thanks,
during Jen McCabe, not during. Was this before
I think
Proctor testified, or before? I know it was before the medical examiner and Trooper Paul. And those guys.
I can't give you numbers. I mean, she has a huge audience. I just remember when I was in the chat during trial one, I was never looking at it like a juror because I'd already pretty much made up my mind. But I thought I saw some people coming around during Jen, not quite maybe here, but where they were kind of being like, I can't be a juror anymore. I don't think she did it. I think a lot of Emily's audience, slowly came around eventually. And some of them were just trying to remain impartial as possible to make it all the way to the end of the trial. But I don't think some of them could, because so much of this is so egregious, right? That it's like, how do you not make up your mind when you're listening to this John McCabe nonsense? And we're just barely into it, the cross, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it's tough because I mean, with a trial like this, you want or I guess just like trials in general, like it starts with, police on the scene, and then you have the investigator, then you have the medical examiner, then you have witnesses, and then, and then the defense gets their shot. With this one.
Oh, we lost you, Julie. I'm just going to put it back on because we lost you. Hopefully you'll come back in.
Not Trooper Proctor, with Brian Higgins's Jeep. There's so much confusion about the Jeep. I want to understand. I am waiting for someone to clear this up in court. I'm waiting for the moment where I'm like, that's the Jeep. That's why they're talking about it.
Do you have that? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know. I told.
I'm asking you. I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you. Does that or does that not?
He's like, there's an order we have to do things
regarding
what you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Proctor Trooper.
Does
that help you?
That's where Jimmy.
I didn't tell Trooper. I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
I can't.
Trooper Proctor says this.
The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
She's like, no, that's not what I said.
What people told Trooper Proctor. Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor. No.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Did you say to Proctor Trooper?
Oh, there, she just threw him under the bus for the first.
So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report.
He's asking your memory, though.
Just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes.
He's asking about your memory.
Yes. So my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold
My
on.
memory is whatever it said on the paper.
It's very important
I
that
don't go to
both of you,
jail.
one person at a
My
time.
memory's
speaks.
in my
Madam Court
timeline.
reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously.
Oh, it is
Oh.
Madam Court
So the
reporter.
best way to do
Yes,
that
Madam
is,
Court
Miss
reporter.
Objective, let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Let
Okay,
the
so
lawyer,
just- Go ahead,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Just let him do his job.
Good
Also,
one, Emily. Let the lawyer.
Did you
It's not gonna
talk
help.
to Trooper Proctor about where
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside.
Told you
correct?
that was coming.
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on
He
his
didn't
part.
ask you to explain.
Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it.
No, that's what
Do you
she's
think he's
saying.
wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question,
Thank
please.
you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation.
She's talking about the SUV being straight out the front
you never
door
Once.
and the
Mr.
Jeep being by the
Not
mailbox.
once. Mentioned a several ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection?
What is up with the Jeep?
Hmm.
She's like, I don't believe Trooper Proctor's report.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
She even sasses Bev.
What's your
I don't like that.
Hang on a second.
Julie K asked in the
I got-
chat, why can't she answer?
What'd you say?
She even sasses Bev. I don't like that. Gave her a
Oh,
little
oh,
bit of
yeah.
an attitude.
Oh yeah, she's just unreal. Yeah, this is crazy to me. You didn't get to hear the cross of her. It's so epic. Like her entire cross will probably be shown at law students from now until eternity.
I think it's going to be shown in medical school during a psychoval or something. Like, hey, if you ever see this, run away. Make sure you have security.
Yeah.
Or just watch out for anyone around you.
Just wait, just wait. You ain't seen nothing yet, girl.
I mean, it's sad because I've met people like
So yes
her,
or no, she
like they just like fuck with people just cause. But this is ridiculous.
Oh no, this is just pure and insane arrogance. That's what you're seeing here.
doesn't want to. That's why. She could. She's allowed to. She does not want to.
You had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach on it?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed.
Wouldn't your memory have been more
Fairview on that morning,
accurate?
correct? I'm sorry, the night before,
Listen
correct?
to
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay, and when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So
The
Trooper
kids
Proctor was
said-
taking notes about what you were saying.
We just listened to Ricky, Heather, and Ryan's testimony, and the kids placed Karen Reed's car where they say Higgins' Jeep would have been, and then they said she moved up, remember?
A lot of people did, yeah. Yep, a lot of them did.
So right. So this is just I hope that we're gonna get this figured out, why Higgins, Jen, and Matt all lied about his Jeep.
And Brian Albert. Yeah.
And Brian, because it's just, yeah, I said Higgins. Oh, well, Brian Albert, because this is going to bug me.
Brian, Matt, Jen.
Bug me till we figure out why those four concocted this story and then didn't see. They never in a million years thought that, honest to God, I'm sure they never thought this would go to trial. And they never thought, and they never thought that Ryan and Ricky and would talk, would be called, probably would even be called, because they were never even interviewed. So even when they did find out it was going to go to trial, I'm sure they still weren't worried, because they probably just did not think they would be called, because they never came in the house. They were only outside, right?
When was Higgins interviewed?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look it up. I don't know.
Because if these guys, like the McAlberts, placed the Jeep out front before Higgins was interviewed, I wonder if they put him there for a reason, to say, well, hey, this guy was involved. And oh, by the way, it was him who was involved. It just in case like shit hit the fan, because from what we see from Carrie's testimony this time, and that timeline thing that came out from, was it Lucy Goosey? Somebody came out that showed that whenever Carrie Roberts was called by Jen McCabe, Jen McCabe spoke to her sister or brother-in-law either before or after the call. She spoke to one of them each time on the 29th, and she kept calling and calling and calling. And what we heard from Carrie is that, and what we heard from Carrie was that she seemed to be up her ass and like on her, like white on rice, for a reason. And I'm wondering if, like, right off the bat, it was, okay, who are we going to blame, or who are we going to get to do our bidding? Okay, this one's going to do our bidding, and Higgins going to do our bidding. That's just what it looks like from, like, okay.
It's very possible. I mean,
all the heat's off of us.
It's very, very possible that yeah, they wanted to make him their scapegoat and blame it on him. Yeah. So that's why they wanted to place his Jeep there, so that it would be a possibility that when Higgins left, he ran over John. Yeah, because, I think that makes the most sense of anything else that we could possibly think of or come up with. But they were not counting on those three young adults being called to the stand, because they all testified before her. And if the jury was paying attention and they listened to those three young adults never talking about a Jeep, and now all of a sudden they're hearing Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe say there was a Jeep parked there, they'd have to go back in their notes and say, hey, wait a minute, these three kids never said anything about a Jeep.
The three kids never said anything about a Jeep. Tristan
Julie
and
Nagel.
Caitlin never said anything about a Jeep. Julie Nagel never said anything about a Jeep. Brian
Nagel.
Jr. never said anything about a Jeep, but he was inside. I
Right,
mean,
right.
Tristan and but they came outside. Like Brian Albert Jr. never went outside. But yep, you're wrong.
You wrong. MCAT's back with a flash. You wrong.
So this is why it's good to talk to the other side and see what's going on. So again, not everybody's cup of tea. I understand because of whatever. But Kate Peters spoke to Sean McDonough and called into JFK channel back in October, I think, November, something like that. And they had, they had nice civil conversations, like where they, talked to one another. And one of the things that she said, because they kept saying like, well, you're so hell bent on saying that there was a fight, but there wasn't a fight. Even Karen Reed says no fight, which she's not very reliable as far as historian and records keeper, but whatever. The video tells us that there was something going on. And she said, I don't know why people think that the McCabes and the Alberts would protect Higgins. Jen McCabe can't stand Higgins. Very interesting thing to say. And he's played it since the conversation. He's played that clip of saying, she can't stand him because of whatever. And so she wouldn't go out of her way to protect Higgins in this, big grand scheme of cover up, whatever this is. She would throw him under the bus. Like, oh, that's very telling. So I think that might be what is going on. Oh, no, you muted.
Yeah, thanks. That's very possible. I mean, I'm glad we had this little throwdown about this because the whole Jeep thing's been bugging me for so long. And by you saying that, that's like ringing ding, ding, ding bells in my head because the Alberts and the McCabe's are brutal to protect themselves so that they don't.
Maniacal. She needs to be studied. Like, seriously, she needs to be studied.
She needs to be studied. Yeah, she's a from her, I don't know anything about her personal life, but from her behavior in this trial, she is a flaming narcissist. I mean, just flaming.
Just what's come out in testimony so far. I mean, listening to Carrie Roberts, like I feel so bad. Like again, like you can look at this and be objective, but if you have a brainworm that's constantly calling and saying, "Oh, look at what Turtle's doing. Turtle's calling you a big fat pig," and come with us. You're on the right side. Look, do you want to go with him calling you a big fat pig? We don't think you're a big fat pig. What are you going to do?
Right. Well, and especially if
reality.
I mean, some of the people that knew her, that went to high school with her, that have been on Twitter X, they've made comments, and I don't know if this is true, but that if she really wants attention and some people, no matter how old they get, they crave to be in the in crowd. They crave to be accepted by a group of popular people, no matter how old they get. It doesn't matter. And I think that for whatever reason, and I could be wrong, and I apologize, Carrie, if I'm wrong, but you give off the impression to people that you are craving to be accepted by Jen and by what is considered the in crowd of Canton. And sometimes who wants to be in the in crowd? Sometimes the in crowd are assholes. And why does anybody want to be in this in crowd, right? You have to ask yourself that. Why do I want to be in an in crowd full of complete jerks and assholes? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So, but I do think that by Jen befriending her and starting this Carrie Jen friendship right out of that snowy morning, it's very, very sketchy, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. And she could have already been befriending her because they were both doing their role in helping John with the kids. So if Jen wanted to befriend Carrie and be friends with Carrie, she most certainly already had an opportunity to do that. But she didn't. She didn't take that opportunity. She never tried to be Carrie's friend, even though she knew Carrie was the one that was helping John with the son, and she was helping with the daughter, with the niece. And so, come on, right? These people think we're absolute idiots. They think we're fools and that we're stupid. This whole friendship thing was absolutely a complete joke. And I do feel bad for Carrie, but you know what? She's a growing ass woman with kids and a husband and a job. And she should have figured this out already by now. She should have absolutely figured this out already, that she was being used and manipulated by the class A #1 manipulator.
Well, if she hasn't by now, she will be in the foreseeable future. I mean, unless something catastrophic happens. I mean, I don't see
I
this
don't
going well, but we'll see.
Right. Okay, back we go. Just wanted to remind everybody, Julie and I like talking this out with our live chat group, but we also have to do it for fair use for Miss Emily. So that's why we stop and start and stop and start.
Saying he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
Oh, I bet he will.
And you never mentioned, according to that report,
I know.
not one word about a Jeep.
Oh, she's already being so rude. You'll have to ask Trooper Proctor.
Right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that.
What now?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did
That's-
you not?
Ma'am, welcome to cross-examination.
Right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor. Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the
Okay.
events of January
That's
20th,
been asked and
29th,
answered. The jury gets to decide
you
if they
spoke
believe her or
extensively
not.
to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken?
You know
to them
that's not what he
about
asked.
these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
It's
Yes,
too
Mr.
early
Dave,
for
I'm
this.
asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we
I
are
was
all
just about to say,
receiving.
does she bring up the
Oh,
harassment?
that
Of course
was
she
my
does.
question.
Of
Not
course
the
she does.
The question
Of course
was,
she
did
does.
you talk to them about
But the
this
vicious
case?
harassment, shock and horror.
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional
Why,
answers
though?
in editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection. Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked
It
to them
was
about the
argumentative.
details of that night, correct?
But we talk about the harassment, and
The
Carrie did
28th
that
going into the
too.
morning of the
Oh, you mean
29th?
the
Yes.
harassment?
You talked
No,
to me
ma'am,
about
you can't bring
what
that in.
happened
The
at the bar,
harassment? You
correct?
mean the harassment?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night.
I'm waiting for him to just be like, my questions, Miss McCabe. I need you to answer my questions. I'm waiting for him, just the full Elaine Vasquez moment of, I need you to answer my questions.
Correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they
Oh
know.
my
I'm
God.
asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
That's what he asked.
Talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question?
Obviously not.
Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
He phrased it differently that time. Did I say Elaine Vasquez and not Camille? I haven't had coffee yet.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
He didn't
In the
ask that.
2 years or 2.5 years since this event,
That's not what
you've
he asked.
had extensive conversations with your friends and family
Mhm.
about this circumstance.
Is that a
correct?
yes?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observation.
To when she was asking people for screenshots of their text messages. Can we get to that part? To when she was asking people for screenshots of their text messages. Can we get to that part? Because I'm dying for answers about that.
Perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
That's for
To
damn
be
sure.
honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McKay. That's how this
Damn, it's
works.
your question.
I understand, but extensively would mean
There it is. I'm asking the questions. I feel like we're close enough to the I'm asking the questions. That's how this works. Not her.
almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific
talking
facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
We'd love to talk more
You became
about her
aware
Life
that,
360
There
data.
was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
Her phone was not rehomed. So at least there's that.
I forgot about her.
Yeah.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
Do you want
And
us
you know
to
that
clap?
Your daughter's whereabouts
Oh my
were
God.
revealed.
Know it. It's just crazy.
It would have gone a
This
long way if the
lady-
prosecutor would have gotten out ahead of some of this for her so she didn't, well, she might have done it anyway, but so she didn't feel the need to fill in so much because she is filling in every yes, no, and not just answering the questions.
She can't help
Based on
herself.
data on that
Nope,
phone,
she
correct?
That is not how I became aware
Are we going to talk about the
of
shock
my
and
daughter's
horror?
whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioning by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted
So you're capable
that
of
it
answering
works
yes,
as
no
a quote
questions, right?
GPS as far as where people
Yep.
go and everywhere that you go, correct?
It was the form of
Correct.
the question that
You
she was
indicated
taking
that-
issue with.
It works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
One of
You
Believe
even
that.
said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's
Correct.
accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said,
It's
you
always
testified in front of
wildly
the grand jury.
Exactly. It's not
accurate,
always
and it works
accurate.
as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
You know if you said it or not. You can't try to distance yourself from what you previously said about the Life 360. Life 360 is like, leave us the fuck out of this conversation right now. Because she's going to be like, no, it's not accurate. And just pan it. Because I imagine at this point, she is more aware of what the Life 360 data shows. But the prosecution should have
Oh my
asked
God.
her.
Can I see the paper?
Right. So when it's convenient for Life's 360 to be 100% accurate, then this trial says yay. But when it's convenient for it not to be accurate, then the CW
Go,
says
"Whoa."
right. They're such hypocrites. They want to pick and choose when technology is accurate or not.
Yeah, they want it both ways.
Right. They want it both ways. They want it to be inaccurate when it suits them for their theory, and they want it to be this is crazy now. Just wait. It gets way better. Just wait.
About this information. A question came through, and I'm going to try to get to them while they're walking up. I feel like this is going to go on all morning. Jen said, can she now be considered a hostile witness? Jen, her attitude has nothing to do with whether she's considered a hostile witness or not. The treating someone as a hostile witness as a term of art talks about treating a witness you called as an opposing witness.
Yeah.
This is already technically a hostile witness to Alan because he's cross-examining. If the prosecution needed to cross-examine this witness, there is a procedure in each
You
state
said 13 through 15.
to determine whether the witness needs to be treated as an opposing witness being cross-examined. So it just means a witness on the opposing side. It doesn't mean hostile attitude-wise.
Right, right.
She will get admonished by the court if she continues to over-answer and editorialize. Alan will continue to get admonished if he keeps commenting on it. So hopefully that explains what hostile witness means a little bit better.
I will.
As she is reading this.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yeah, this is, I imagine she brings up
Does that
the
refresh your
harassment
It does, yes.
because she, A, wants the jury to know about it, and B, it might explain some of the defensiveness, but the DA didn't ask about it. So, here we are.
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. Cage, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether
She's like, yeah, I didn't say accurate.
It's sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go.
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah.
He can't put words in her mouth, and she's not
Yes.
going to let him.
Um,
If she didn't say it's accurate and he's trying to put that in her mouth, then I can
so
understand
where
why
did
she's like,
Allie
no.
go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check the
She didn't go
360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
Did she
At
stay
that point,
at the Alberts?
I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Did you say who's going to check me, Boo?
Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her.
I thought
when
you were
she
checking
said
on
she
your
came
kids.
home.
Yeah, she's such a good mother, right?
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts had a dog, pardon me,
Had.
correct?
Dad.
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
You busted on into that
6 a.m.
bedroom.
it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that
Dog wasn't in the
at
bedroom?
least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside.
Where's the
Right?
dog?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
He did say that.
Yes.
You were loud,
Normally,
right?
just in general.
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Nobody's judging you for being loud, ma'am. They judge me for being loud, but nobody's judging you in this moment for being loud. You don't need to distance from being loud. You don't need to explain why you were being loud. You were trying to wake them up. Oh my God. Fighting on things that don't need to be fought on is just
Yes.
And you don't remember
a
a
dog.
70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, you don't remember
Maybe
the dog
Jim Biddle.
being there at all, correct?
Better.
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here
Ah.
today,
Okay.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I
Right?
did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she
can't
left
really
after
know
us.
the last person to leave because she wasn't still there. So
We've
Maybe
talked
that's
about this
why he
and
asked.
I want to get a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house.
can't believe I
Safe
already
to
spilled
say,
on myself
correct?
so
Correct.
early.
About what time was that you first saw it?
Yep, agree.
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them. So whatever time.
Okay, this is going to be really interesting now, guys, when she comes to the stand, if she changes her times, because she knows that they linked Karen Reed to that Wi-Fi at One Meadows, right? At 12:36. She knows that from the trial last time. There's no way she doesn't know that. So how is she going to get up there and make us understand and make the jury, I mean, if we were the jury, understand what she's, when she's saying that she was still texting, right, at 12:40, 12:42 or whatever, all those. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to write down these times that she's using now. So that way, when we get to her testimony, I'll clip this, and then we can use it to compare to when she comes on the stand in the next coming weeks, whenever that's going to be.
And that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also
Can we go to the text?
indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's?
Where was that in
It was-
relation to the Jeep?
Behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. And where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at
Oh, that's
Miss
such a
Reed's
lot.
vehicle.
If Ryan Nagel's behind the
Ryan
Jeep,
Nagel's
why
vehicle
would you see the
and
lights?
that you remember,
Mhm.
they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you
You're
testified
right.
against
Sounds like there
previously
wasn't a
that
Jeep.
This is
you remember the
absolute
Jeep being
ridiculous.
between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the
Was
SUV?
invisible.
Look at her brain ticking. How am I going to get out of this? Look at her face. She is absolutely.
I am not certain where Ryan
Yep, you
Nagel's
gotta
vehicle
answer.
was.
Gotta
Okay.
answer, lady.
If you just, I mean, that was an amazing pause. And if you just look at her eyes, she is fucking upset. Like, if you look at her face and look at her eyes, she's like, holy shit, how am I getting out of this? I did not notice how bad this was the first trial, because we didn't really understand the scope of how horrible her cross was, right? So I'm going to rewind this, and I want you guys to really pay attention to her oh shit moment. And she is digging inside right now. And this is like a 2-second period, right? But you can see it. You can just see it on her face.
She doesn't
It's-
want to answer. Yeah, she doesn't
No.
want to answer. She's
No,
pausing, like, hoping Bev will say something, or Lally will say something, or something.
Right. I knew this was sketchy, but I didn't realize how bad this was, because this is the first time I'm noticing how horrible this is. So let me rewind this just a smidge.
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed
Okay.
it by the mailbox.
It would
Let
be
me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
That's what she said.
No.
Let me back that up a little again. I'm just going to go back.
Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Cody?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that
Dog wasn't in the
at
bedroom?
least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside.
Where's the
Right?
dog?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
He did say that.
Yes.
You were loud,
He
right?
did.
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yeah.
Nobody's judging you for being loud, ma'am. They judge me for being loud, but nobody's judging you in this moment
Same.
for being loud. You don't need to distance from being loud. You don't need to explain why you were being loud. You were trying to wake them up. That, oh my God, fighting on things that don't need to be fought on is just
Yes.
And you don't remember
a
a
dog.
70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Mm.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Okay.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I
Right?
did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was Caitlin?
I believe she
can't
left
really
after
know
us.
the last person to leave because she wasn't still there. So
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house.
I can't believe I
Safe to
spilled
say,
on myself
correct?
so
Correct.
early.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit.
Mhm.
You also
Can we go to the text?
indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's?
Where was that in
It was-
relation to the Jeep?
Behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
If Ryan
Was
Nagel's behind the
Ryan
Jeep,
Nagel's
why
vehicle
would you see the
and those
lights?
that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified
sounds like there
previously
wasn't a
that
Jeep.
you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
Look at that. Look at her. That is like contemplative big time. Hang on, I'll pause it again in a second. Just wait.
Like an oh shit face.
The wheels are a clicking. Hang on a second now. Right there. There's where she looks up and she's like, how am I going to dig myself out of this? What do I have to say?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let
be
me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
That's what she said.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
To the side.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not gonna be beside the Jeep, right? That's gonna be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road,
The
correct?
mystery
So if
Jeep.
it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's
have
SUV.
we?
As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at.
And there's no way that Ryan and Heather and Ricky missed a snowplow Jeep in front of them. There is absolutely no way. So this has to become a problem for this jury. It obviously wasn't a problem for the last jury, and I don't understand why. That just baffles me, Julie.
I don't understand what I mean, if what the guy and the lady said, but more what the guy said, I don't know. Like, I mean, his comments were, they listened to everything of what the prosecution said, no matter how ridiculous it was, and everything that the defense said was paid by insurance companies, Turtle, whomever, and then
Right.
hear what she's doing, and then turn around and say when she goes on about all the torture and everything and the rolling rally and this and that, like, yes,
Right,
I
right.
understand, like, that was too much, in my opinion. But Like, you hear all this stuff and you go like, oh, this poor woman.
But
What?
here's the thing.
You don't look at facts.
Rallies, protests, standouts, whatever you want to choose to call them, as long as they're peaceful and the people that are
Not
holding
when you
them.
go to people's houses with a mob of people, house to
Okay,
house to house.
but just
Don't
a
agree with
second.
that.
Well, just a second here then, because 2 weeks ago, I went to a standout for Where is Sarah Ebersol, and we were on the highway where the street comes out that Tyrone Mormon lives on, because Tyrone Mormon is a person of interest and Sarah Ebersol is a mother who's been missing for 2 years. And he was proven with cell phone records to be the last person to be with her, and that he drove her somewhere, according to text messages between him and one of the other party goers. So her sister has organized standouts on the highway, this busy highway where his street dumps out, that he lives on a dead end road and his street dumps out. And that's where we did the protest. And I participated. I held up my sign, and I didn't feel even remotely bad about it, because this woman is missing, presumed dead. And this guy knows where he drove her, and he will not cooperate with the police. It was a peaceful standout. We had signs. We weren't chanting. We weren't up by his door. We were in the street. We were in the legal roadway.
That's different. That's very different.
How is that different?
They went to her house, and some of them went up to her front door and recorded inside the house.
Some of them. I mean, that yeah. I don't agree with going on her property.
That's
I totally
illegal.
agree with you. I don't agree with you going on her property. But again, it wasn't all of them. It was only some of them that made that mistake, in my opinion, to do that, right? So you can't blame the whole lot.
Yeah, it was some of them. I mean, again, I'm all for protest. I'm all for bring attention to this. I don't agree with that part of it. However, in my opinion, I think these people are evil for what they did. If what I think happened, happened.
Right. If you are on the side of, I believe this person is the guilty one, I believe that the evidence shows that they unalived this person, and you're willing to take time out of your busy life and go do a standout to stand out for what you believe in, I'm 100% all for that, as long as you don't make threats to someone or their children or go on their property, right? I agree, totally agree with you there. Okay, then we are in total agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, back we go.
On the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
She's like, no.
If my memory serves right, yes.
Your memory serves.
No,
Okay.
your
Are you sure about that?
timeline.
Not really.
Your timeline.
Not 100%. Nope.
You were asked about the arrival
She knows she's up
of
to
Mr.
treat.
Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
I expect you to
Yes.
arrive that day.
Yes.
Look how easy it is. Yes or no?
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Oh God, I hate these commercials.
It feels stuck.
Stop.
They're so gross.
Do you have it?
Everybody poop.
The answer is no, I don't remember. And then he can say, would it refresh your recollection if I show you? And then all of this goes much more smoothly. But nothing today is going to go smoothly. I will say I do like the blazer though.
Yeah, I'm good with the blazer. I would wear it.
Take a look at lines
Actually,
21.
are very similar to that.
Everyone in Ryan Nagel's truck said they did not see a Jeep.
That's right.
Brian Albert Jr. did not see a Jeep.
That's
Julie
right.
Nagel did not see a Jeep.
Julie
It's
Nagel didn't see a
just
Jeep.
her and her husband that
The other
remember the
one?
Jeep. I don't know if it has any relevance to shit
You were
at
asked,
all. But now it's a point
Right.
of confusion.
do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe,
Because of the
is
texting?
because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
Look at her
All
eyes.
right.
I know.
And you've also testified that as soon
Look
as
how
you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you
She
texted
refreshed the timeline.
Yep, there you go. Wait, did you stop?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hang on, my mouse is sticking. Come on, mouse. There we go. There. There we go. And there we go.
And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
That was not his question
I'm
at all.
explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not what he
Is
asked.
it? Nope.
And another question. My question is,
He's not asking you to figure it all out. He wants the jury to figure it all out
Exactly.
based on the information they have. I'm glad you've figured it all out. No one else knows what the fuck is happening.
Yeah. No one
Very
cares what you
specific.
think about it. That's
given
really
the
gonna ask
fact
you these
that
specific
Karen
questions.
Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel. And Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23. That means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27. That means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse.
Thank God.
But it's safe to say that you would agree with
I think
me
that was a
it
dig at
light
Lally.
dusting of snow, correct?
By the way,
And I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
please explain snow to the Californian.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you,
The Canadians
Saw
will
some
continue
sort
to
of tire
laugh about the
tracks.
snow.
is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks.
I don't think she did.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
Her husband did. I don't think she did.
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those
Like
tire
a
tracks
tire
look like? How would you describe it?
Like, oh, she left tire marks. Let's go look
Almost like
outside.
as a
Exactly.
wave went like this. So
What?
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is
Somebody
perhaps, I don't want to
pulled-
put your mouth, but
Somebody
perhaps
pulled the
what you're
curb.
describing is
Like an and
tracks
function.
in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
What?
It wasn't up to her
I
car.
just do not buy this at all. I do not buy this. I do not buy that Matt McCabe saw any fucking thing, and I don't believe she did either. There's just no way in my mind they saw any such thing.
What is she trying to explain?
I think they're trying to support the theory. Right. They're trying to support this theory. So they've given them this narrative, Matt and Jen, that they have to perform right now for the theater of the absurd. And I don't believe either one of them saw any such thing.
No.
It was snowing. They had been drinking. It's dark out. This is such crap.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Karen Reed was screaming at me. My hands were cold. Yep.
This makes me so freaking irritated.
Doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying.
Jody Saye, that's fair. She said we get more snow in Tahoe. True.
Those tracks belong to somebody else.
The Angelino.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already
Wait,
said that when
what?
you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
You didn't say
And
it
then
had
it
already
moved
moved up.
at one point.
Right? That's what I'm asking.
But that's not what.
Take the point when
Oh
you
my
first
God.
saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. You first saw the car.
Mhm.
That's when you
What
saw
if
the
any
tire
wave?
tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car.
She said it must have been after her car got there.
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks
After.
because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well,
That's
I
fair.
thought you just said.
No,
that-
Alan, you asked
Alan's
her, were the tire tracks there before the SUV was there? And she said, no, they weren't there before the SUV was there, or I didn't see them before the SUV was there because I didn't really pay attention until I saw the SUV.
Yeah.
Asked,
And she
when
wouldn't
did you
look.
see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car.
No, that's not what she said.
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out
Oh,
multiple
you
I
made
times.
don't think this is her being evasive. I think this is the two of them
Well, I'm not
crossing
exactly
hairs.
sure.
Well, it's time to put a hat on. So I decided that for Jen McCabe, I'm going with the lampshade.
Because she's in the dark.
Because she's in the dark and because this is craziness. Her entire testimony and everything that comes out of her mouth is either evasive or a downright freaking lie. There is like literally no truth that comes out of her mouth. And so when my computer light broke a couple weeks ago, so I've been using this really cool lamp I have in here, and if I take the lampshade off, it gives me much better light. So when I took the lampshade off earlier tonight, I thought, you know what? Somewhere during Jen McCabe's testimony, she's going to really piss me off, and I'm just going to put the lampshade on because that's how Jen McCabe makes me feel.
This is unbelievable.
I know.
I mean, literally, and like I'm like a turn of phrase, but this is unbelievable.
MCAT says, I'm wearing a free Karen Reed hoodie, wearing to work every casual Friday. My boss calls it my fucker hoodie. LOL. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, FKR. Yeah.
Yeah, FKR. That's
Okay.
good. That's good. Thanks for sharing that with us, MCAT. Let me know if you want a lampshade like mine. I'll find you one and mail it to you. All right. Back we go to the ever entertaining but very evil Jen freaking McCabe.
Time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. So it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
No.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Cat, the screen's not up.
Oh, sorry. Hang on a second. I gotta put us back up. Sorry.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes. As he's taking a moment, Brittany in the chat asked, is the jumping around in questioning part of his strategy? It can be a combination of both. It is easier to tell. Anger.
The entirety of your.
Okay. We're zooming till they find the part in testimony he wants to ask about.
The entirety of your.
Good to see you, Matt Bond.
Jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly, and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
So she is scanning her previous testimony. The jury gets to just sit here and watch as she reads all of this. However, for a witness, if you need a minute because you're getting pissed, it is not a bad strategy to give yourself a minute, because it doesn't look like you're taking a minute, but you're taking a minute.
You could take time.
Like more than one.
We just need to say like, oh, just give me a minute. I need to catch my breath.
It's a lot of minutes. I mean,
Yes.
that's hyperbole. I'm zooming. I don't know how many minutes it is. I'm completely time blind.
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing
Angel, thank you for the gift of memberships.
In front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out
But
front.
did you mention
So when
it?
you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front, and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what?
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
He's asking the question.
Do you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McKay,
Objection.
you can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same courtesy for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here,
Madam Court
do you
reporter
recall
spoke to her
mentioning
now.
the Jeep?
Wow.
Painful.
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do
She
you
thinks she does.
recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I mean,
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
that's not what he asked.
Did you and Mr. Higgins,
Just a master.
between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation?
I think she's irritated because there are times where he's insinuating, you never said this. And she's like, I wasn't asked. You can't just offer information in a grand jury if not asked. And that's the frustration between the two of them. But that's not an easy thing as a witness. If somebody asks you a question that insinuates an answer without the rest of it, I understand why the two of them are crossing hairs at the moment, because there are times he is and has misstated some of the things she said. He's like, you said it was accurate. She's like, the transcript doesn't say I said it was accurate. That's why this back and forth is happening like that. Because when he adds in words like that, she is not going to just accept what he has said. But then again, when he asks simple questions, she doesn't accept that either. So it's
about
tough.
where his Jeep was parked.
No.
You ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did
Do you ever
anyone,
talk to Higgins?
leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked
That
by
was
anybody
clear.
to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
Not that you recall.
After you arrived
Okay.
and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle. Yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, pull behind me to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, where are
Can we
you?
just have all the text messages?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I don't know if she said that.
I know for the first 2, I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got
Did
up,
you do that?
you walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second.
So I just wanted to remind you guys that one of the, I don't know if it was Sarah Levinson or Julie Nagel, but one of them said that Jen was charging her phone. And she was
Yes,
sitting
that was
at that,
Sarah Levinson. Yeah, that was Sarah
okay.
Levinson.
yeah, that she was sitting at that table with the kids that faces those 2 windows, and that
Yep.
she was charging her phone. So how is she charging her phone and getting up and down and texting from the door or the window, right? Unless she's got a really long cord.
You would think.
So there's another weird discrepancy, you know, with this this whole bizarre, they're supposed to be at an after bar party enjoying themselves. Since when do you just constantly look for just one person to arrive, right? And if that person, if you see the car out there and you're starting to wonder what the heck's going on, 12:31, pull up, which is ironic. 12:40, hello. 12:42, where are you? 12:45, hello. Wouldn't you think at one of those points a normal person would just walk the frick out there and go to the car and say, "Hey, you guys coming in? You know, this party's not going to go forever. It's snowing. We're supposed to get a storm. Are you coming in?" This just makes no logical sense. What she was doing.
When was the first time she called after what was the first time she called 12? She called at 12:27 or sent a text message then, and then she called at 12:31.
Well,
and then
texted.
and then she called a bunch or texted.
Yeah. 12:27
12:27
was a text, and then 12:31 is when she just said, "Pull up behind me."
Yep.
12:40, hello. 12:42, where are you? And 12:45, hello. Those are all, I believe, text messages.
So, okay, that's very interesting. I think the first 2, Karen was still there, and I think the
Right.
other ones, I think she was up
by
to
12:40,
20
Karen
business.
was for sure, but Karen would have already been gone by 12:31 and
No.
12:40.
Oh, no. According to the new stuff, she was gone at 12:32. So I think that she was still there.
No, that can't be possible. There's no way she drove to One Meadows in 4 minutes in a
I think it is
snowstorm.
possible.
I don't think so. Everything I've seen this whole time, people saying it's anywhere from 6 to 7 minutes minimum.
Yeah, at 30 miles an hour, at 40 miles an hour, it's possible.
Well, I don't know about that, but either way, if she was still there and just about to pull off at 12:31 when Jen supposedly said pull up, she's definitely gone by 12:40 when she says hello, definitely gone by 12:42 when she says where are you, and definitely gone by 12:45 when she says hello. A reasonable normal person would have gone outside and walked up to the car and said, "Are you coming in?"
Those are text messages. She also called, right? She called at 12:37, 12, all those other times, right?
Well, I don't remember. Hopefully we're going to hear that. I don't remember exactly.
All right. I wasn't sure.
I'm writing all this down so we can compare it to MCAT says she explains everything well, especially to people like me who pretend to be attorneys to avoid cooking dinner because they have court.
We're in court.
Exactly. Dementia months, Jennifer. Dementia much, Jennifer. Yeah. Selective memory much, Jennifer. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to chat that out a little bit. Okay. Back we go.
Second. That would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again a second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
Ma'am,
And
you're
you
going to have to
texted
say,
too.
Correct.
you're
Then
going to
you
have
walk.
to say which vehicle, because there are so many fucking cars at this point.
Yep.
They're talking again about the text between her, to John O'Keefe from her, while he's presumably in the SUV parked outside 34 Fairview.
But yet,
Back
none of
over
the
to the
three
window,
kids saw
I'm
him
sorry,
in
to
the
the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You
Yes,
saw it
and
move
one.
twice.
And then 2
Well,
comes
so the
after
first
that.
time I saw it, it was
Three
here.
comes after that.
And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going.
And then 3 comes after
You said you
that.
saw it pull up again.
I don't know if
Second
anybody
time.
told you that.
So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right, so that's
Got to get your timeline
3
straight
times.
there, Jenny.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Why
You
is
did
this so
something, man.
hard? If you're not lying through your teeth, why is this so hard to comprehend? You saw the car the first time at 12:27. It was stationary right out in front of the front door where you were peeping your nosy eyes out, and you said here. Then you said it moved up at 12:31, and you said pull in behind me. That means you saw it a second time. Then you saw it move for the second time, which is the third time you actually looked at the vehicle. Why is she not cooperating with this, right?
Because it's perjury.
Right. And because she's trying to stick to her timeline, she's trying to stick to her story that she has to tell for this to make sense, because they need Karen's car to be up there by the flagpole for all of this to work. For any of their theory to work at all, Karen's car has to end up by the flagpole so that it can back up and hit John O'Keefe.
Well, amongst other things.
Amongst other things, yes,
Yeah.
correct. But it's one of the things they need her to testify that she saw the car stationary, she saw it pull up once, she saw it pull up twice. They need her to testify to all that.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure. We're going to zoom
Thank you, Emily.
while he is looking for transcripts.
In front of the, when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times watching that car?
And that's what he was looking for.
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute.
Here we go again.
The judge is going to admonish him again. You
Wants
can't
to
just.
see all of her police
I get to give commentary, Alan.
for grand jury testimony.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be a long morning. Linda said, question, why did they have several grand juries and how many? Is that unusual? Linda, this case is nothing if not unusual. There was a state grand jury and there is a federal grand jury. The federal grand jury seems to be investigating what the fuck is happening here, not whether or not Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the car, because that's being prosecuted here. So there's an what seems to be an investigative grand jury, and I say seems to be because that is not disclosed. Nothing has come from it, but it turned up a bunch more witnesses. It seems to be looking into the investigation and everything that happened here, but they're not going to be able to bring charges against Karen Reed. She's already been charged and is being tried here. So yes, it's unusual. It's very, very unusual that there is a federal grand jury that had been convened, and it seems ran from May to late June at least. That the information from that grand jury was turned over to these lawyers before this trial. They all asked to continue the trial, and then the trial didn't get continued. It's very, very odd that there's an ongoing federal inquiry into this case in addition to this. But in cable transcripts from a grand jury, from a trial, from, police interviews, and you can end up with quite a lot in depth.
It's so weird that they never figured out that when they zoomed in on Karen, they were zooming in on Paul's crotch. Like, how could they not figure that out with all those weeks of testimony? Right?
Yeah, I don't think they cared about that. I mean, they were hell bent on looking at her.
Yeah. So MCAT says yes, connected to Wi-Fi at 12:36. Now it was snowing, and she had been drinking. I cannot imagine she got there in 5 minutes. I've seen the drive on YouTube. Yeah, I just can't believe it either. I really can't. I mean, if they're saying she now left, pulled out at 12:31. And she gets to One Meadows. I mean, oh man, when I come visit you, Julie, we're going there and we're gonna time it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We got to do our own experiments, Julie. Got to keep them going. All right. Now we are at the 3-hour mark of Friday Night Lives, which is sort of typical, anywhere from 3 to 3.5. Our longest one ever was like 4:45, something crazy. Do we want to break here and show those other videos that you have prepped for us, Julie? Or do you want to keep going a little bit more with Jen?
So, okay. So I would just say, just keep going with Jen. However, I will say this. So the videos I have are from the guy in the cottage and the guy in the attic.
Yes.
It was from today. I mean, we could take a look at that one just to kind of break it up. I mean, there's the one from yesterday with her, with Karen's, the five video clips of Karen basically saying like, yeah, I had a whole bunch of alcohol, and yeah, I hit him, and yeah, this and yeah, that, and but I didn't hit him, and whatever, ridiculous stuff, and just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And then hearing that boundless millennial kid, he's just so hateful. But just hearing them react to it and saying
it's interesting to hear I consider extremely ridiculous take on everything. Which one is that? I'm looking here now in the private chat area. Is it the second long link?
Oh, hang on, wait a second. Hang on. That one. Yeah. I mean, I was just going to do that just to say hey, listen, no, it's not great. She said what she said. It's not going to help. However, this is all that they have basically, because if you want to play the one
it says, this one says YouTube plus trial channel plus Jen plus MCCA.
Oh no, that's the third one I said. So the second message I said, it says this is the second link. Yeah, just play the one from today because
the second link.
Yeah. Yep. It says YouTube, and then this is the second link, the second thing that I sent.
Okay.
Do you want me to send it again?
Oh yeah, I see it now. Okay, hang on. I have to share the screen. Okay, just a second. I got to go out of here, and we have to take this one down. And
where the hell is it? Let's see.
Put this one up. So hang on a second. Let me see.
Yeah, because this goes to what Carrie saw, because they were talking about what Carrie saw on the leaf blower, and like I wanted to go into it to say like, okay, it's not great. It doesn't change the facts of the case. And this is basically all that they have, saying like, oh yeah, she admitted that she was drunk. Well, and that she admitted that she was drinking. Yep, we know that. Is it great? Nobody should be driving drunk. Nobody should be driving and should be drinking and driving. If you have a designated driver and if they don't stay sober, go get an Uber or stay safe. Nobody should do that.
Right.
However, you shouldn't be charged for murder when I believe other shit happened. So, all right, it is
okay.
2 hours 18 minutes.
Oh, we're not watching. Oh, where I need to go. Okay, yeah, 2 hours 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
Hey,
at 2 hours. At 2 hours 18 minutes.
Was he live streaming the trial?
Yeah. Yeah. So he does it with all four of them.
Got it. So we go to the 2 hour 18 minute mark. Hang on, I got to get there.
This is their new theory with their evidence quotations.
Okay, 2 hours.
And this you could put on like 1.25, 1.5.
Okay, I'm getting there. 2 hours, and I'll just go at 16. And playback speed 1.5.
Yeah, just so we can get a little taste of like this is all that they have basically.
Yeah, no, this is good. I'm glad you grabbed this for us. Okay, hang on. Whoa, my mouse is acting wild. Here we go.
Anglo-white world, so Ireland, parts of England and Scotland, and a little bit on the French coast, but same genetic type population. So I didn't get enough diversity. Thus the pale skin, which does tan in sunlight. I'm one of the. I have the. Some people have the Irish skin that doesn't tan; they just burn no matter what. I think my sister might be like that, but
that would be me.
Testimony will resume after the jury view. So we expect some testimony. Let's see, scheduling.
I wanted to address one of the questions in chat because I feel like I might be able to address this, is about the bruising. And it really comes down to his body was 80.1 degrees. He was covered in snow. It just slows down the circulation, certainly, of all those open wounds, like the open head wounds. Everyone knows if you get a cut or something happens to your face, it's so vascular, you bleed. Sometimes you clear the blood and you look and it's a minor scratch, right?
Since when did you become a freaking doctor, Jen?
So it's very vascular, but those open wounds are going to, in that type of a climate, it's going to slow down the bleeding that takes place.
So what about the blood that we've heard talked about by Carrie too, on under John's nostril?
Yes, again, from anytime you have a cracked skull, you're going to have your orifices in your face bleed. I mean, I've seen it out of the ears. You'll see it out of the nose.
Okay, she's full of crap right there, because when he was initially hurt, he wasn't cold. So if he cracked his head open on the ground, like they're saying, he would have bled. There's no way he wouldn't have bled because he wasn't cold. He was warm. He just got out of a warm, heated car and he was in a warm, heated bar, right? I'm no doctor, but I'm telling you, I've seen head wounds.
Just keep playing. I mean, you're going to try to make sense of a lot of this stuff, and it's just.
Oh no, it won't make sense at all. I'm just saying she's full of crap about that, because he was warm. If they're saying what happened, he would have been warm when he hit his head. He would have been warm when his head was cut, and he would have bled, and there would have been a lot of blood.
It's devastating to look at.
Doesn't your nasal cavity pretty much go up to your brain?
Yeah, it's all open to the brain and it fills and gushes. It's just horrible. See somebody with severe head trauma like that.
So Carrie didn't describe that as dried blood. Talk about that.
Well, I don't think she was very specific. She specifically said that it left the nostril and went down the side of the face. Yeah. But I didn't get her saying really that it was wet or dry, but rather she could see the streak in the
I think he started bleeding a lot when they were trying CPR, and that would make sense because they are, artificially moving his heart. So it's pumping blood, and that blood is then being pumped, because it's all pooled in the head, gets pumped out through like the nasal cavities and stuff.
Oh, Albus said that she said it was frozen, and that makes sense. I just remember her describing
now Kate
a line.
Peters is a doctor.
Right. And you have moisture from the snow. that makes it hard to dry out. And but I think Kate's explanation is excellent. And just to add to that, this blood was found. Well, Karen got blood in her hands, on her face, and her hair. I think Carrie described washing off blood from on her hands at the hospital, and there's blood famously found in the snow. So this clearly was blood that came up that was maybe locked inside and came out as part of the CPR and stuff like that when they were moving him. And this is something interesting too that I always noted from the blood in the snow. And people try to put different interpretations on this. I thought it was great the way they combined the leaf blowing with the filming, because that gave you would never be able to find this out otherwise. You had a sense not just of where the blood was located, but at the depth that it was located. And what that kind of indicated to me was that that blood went into that snow at the time that John was rescued and moved. And then it continued to snow hard, so probably another couple inches. And then you have around 8:30 when they come out with the leaf blower. So does that make sense to you guys?
No,
That the blood.
it doesn't.
Somebody's saying my audio is chopping out. Is my audio chopping out?
No, you sound fine.
Makes
Oh,
no
okay.
fucking sense whatsoever.
Does that make sense though? So the blood dripped off John as part of this rescue effort and dripped off the women, and
Yep. Yeah. When he bounced,
it wasn't coagulated
when he
because of the
bounced
reason
6
Kate
hours
explained.
before, he bled on the new snow.
Yeah, you're always
just-
going to have transference for sure.
Yeah.
And they talked about how, blood was on Carrie's face, right? She was actually doing the mouth to mouth, I believe. No, she was doing the chest.
No,
she
Karen had blood on her face.
Karen had blood on her face.
And blood on her hands. Yeah. And I think that's just unfortunately what happens with CPR, especially where there's a brain bleed. And I mean, they found blood under the snow. So obviously he bled before, it's expiring, unfortunately. It's such an uncomfortable thing. I think that it all just makes sense to me. It almost becomes redundant. There's nothing here that stands out as like, oh my God, this is suspicious.
Right.
They found grass under his body. He was covered in snow. The blood was under the snow and had to be revealed by a snowblower. And there's no question because there's video of them doing it, right? So you see as the blood is being revealed, he was obviously there for a while. I think it's very bizarre that their new angle is going to be that he did not have hypothermia. So he couldn't have been out there that long because everything establishes that he was out there for a long time.
No.
And it's important, and this is why it was, having Jen's medical expertise too. I forgot about that. Is so important because that was a key factor of doubt for some people that there wasn't enough bruising. This is something that's brought up in trial. Was the lack of bruising due to the cold?
Jen
Those are things that were
has
not
medical
really
expertise.
answered very
I guess
satisfactorily
he's a
by
medic or
prosecution's
something.
witnesses
He's
last
some
year. They
kind
have
of
to do a better
medic.
job of that to
I didn't
address
know
those
that.
things because it's on. I think there are natural explanations for it, but we didn't get them in a lot of cases. So, but you also do have to try to always look at things from both sides, if nothing else, to try to anticipate the questions you're going to get. So. Could you try, if you're a free Karen Reed person, are you going to try to get another possible, so for instance, Karen is talking about pulling the glass from John's nose and blood coming out. Now we know that that's not realistic at all, but doesn't mean she's lying. She could have a false memory that she's misinterpreting what she's seeing. But was there flowing blood potentially, even though he has been unconscious for many hours and doesn't have a pulse? I think you guys are giving good explanations for that, but are there are there explanations that support Karen's side from that?
I don't think anybody really knows when his pulse stopped. And that's
right.
An important factor for when somebody could stop overtly bleeding. And again, a cracked skull is a closed wound oftentimes, but sometimes and we know there was a gash, you're going to bleed from there. And then we also talked about the orifices, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there would have been bleeding from the scratches and scrapes, abrasions, I think is what it was actually termed, the abrasions on his arm.
Right.
I mean, I would think that there'd be more bruising if he was beaten up, honestly, right? That would be the hallmark. You would see where he was punched in the face or wherever he was punched, and you don't have that. I don't know how it would change too, that it's a quick, really hard impact, but it's the theory that he's hit by a car, it's spread out. So you don't have like a fist just hitting you and that's where the bruise would be. This is like pretty much the length of his body. There's an impact, right? So does that change things as far as how?
Well, no, I wouldn't agree with that. The impact was focused on the arm. I don't think there's any other injuries except for a minor scratch on the knee.
Oh, I think he means the impact of him hitting the ground like that.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, just in general. And I mean, yeah, the impact. So he kind of gets clipped at the arm, but I would assume, particularly with how he fell, that he didn't have his arm outstretched. I mean, that's the two theories that ARC attested. And it's like nobody ever said that. I think that realistically, he probably braced himself, which means that you're going to put your arm up and kind of draw it to the center of your mass instinctively. Right?
Yeah. And the vehicle would have pushed it to the center of the mass because the vehicle is not just striking; it's going through. She never braked. So I think that's why you got the push that you got. This was the confusion and the big problem in the first trial is that nobody from the prosecution side ever demonstrated that way. It doesn't seem that Trooper Paul had considered it that way. And I think the arm, he put it up like Kate said in a defensive posture, and then the car's coming through. The initial impact, we're talking microseconds here, splits off the cover of the taillight so that now as the SUV pushes through, the now exposed housing is compressing onto the arm, creating those injuries, and the arm pushes into the midsection. And the vehicle is still in contact with the arm in the midsection. So the midsection the torso is being protected by the elbow, the arm to some degree, and the arm is being cushioned by the torso to some degree, so affecting the injuries. Again, I'm not a medic, do not pretend to be one. That's my best explanation. Do you guys agree with that or disagree with that? Or
yeah, I agree. But
something had to push him. Something had to throw him 15 feet. That wouldn't happen just from hitting an extended arm.
15 feet.
So you get Alan Jackson. You're saying he was spinning like a top, and Trooper Paul didn't really have an answer.
They've got to close the gap, to your point. That's what they've got to do. I'm not an accident reconstructionist. These people that do that are experts in this, have so much experience. They've seen so many. And the one thing I do know from working accidents or being at accidents, gosh, each one is different. I mean, you go up and you see, how in the world could this car look like this and this person be in this situation? The other day, when I say the other day now, it's been probably several months. I was driving back from the airport, and this was like 2 a.m. And I'm driving, and I see a car completely head end crashed into the median, the big concrete median. And of course, I parked because I'm an EMT. I mean, you can't just drive by. So I run out and I go to that car. There's a dog in there and there's a man in there, and they are alive, and they are somehow in the back of this was like a SUV. They're in the back. They're both alive, but obviously very hurt and injured and unable to get out. The man, the dog seemed fine. But my point is, I would have never guessed from that impact that would be what I would see. I was expecting him to be dead.
I would also just point out too that 15 feet from the road is not that far. If he lays down, then he's already 6 feet 2 inches off the road. It's not that far to be pushed with the vehicle moving and then the force from hitting his mass, right? Like it's not like he flew 60 feet. That would be a little bit like, all right, that's weird.
Right.
That was
and that's why Alan Jackson tried to exaggerate that by focusing on the piece of taillight that was an outlier that was outside of the debris field, but was found near the fire hydrant 3 weeks later. So we don't know how it got there. And it's always going to be outlier pieces.
How it got there.
No, that's all. I just think that, like, really, I mean, 15 feet is, 2.5, 6 foot men. It's not that far off the roadway at all.
I just want to address Tyler Durden, our resident FKR today, and this is a respectful comment, so thank you, Tyler. The physics just don't match, Kevin. The car would have had to hit his mass and send him flying. But what I just described to you was the car hitting his mass. What I'm saying is he's got the arm out in a defensive position. We don't know if he had turned a little bit or something, but he's in some kind of position. And as the car is not just a simple moment of contact and then the car stops moving. No, the car is going through. So this contact is with him. It might only be for a couple of seconds, might even be only a second, but you have to break that out microsecond by microsecond because it's going at high speed. So if the car pushes the elbow into the torso, there is a fraction of time when the how many pounds this vehicle is in contact going 24 miles an hour with the elbow, which is in contact with center mass. So that's how you get the push. So do you reject that explanation, Tyler?
Yikes.
I'm expecting him to reject it, but go ahead.
Look at the hand dent. It might not be a hand dent, but look at that dent also that's on her vehicle.
Yeah.
And she describes it best multiple times. It could have been a glancing blow, basically. I don't think anybody thinks he was hit full on in the middle of the vehicle. That is not what the evidence shows. But I think we also need to be patient.
Everybody see the comment on the screen?
The expert reconstructionist that's going to come on board says and see if that lines up.
No, you can't really see it.
The evidence.
And just to take on this next question, that neither his elbow or his shoulder were dislocated. John was not X-rayed as part of the autopsy. So the only kind of fractures that were going to be found were
was not X-rayed.
Fractures. So you actually have something you could feel with your fingers.
Right.
Would
And
that
why
be
was
correct
he
terminology?
not
Compound fractures.
X-rayed,
Or,
right?
all right.
Where you can feel them. Yeah, you can feel the.
Right. I suspect if they X-ray, and they typically don't X-ray in most parts of the U.S. in autopsies, but I suspect if they had, they would have found plenty of small fractures. You guys agree with that, or?
I do. And you don't do X-rays at anybody who's been to an autopsy. They don't X-ray. I mean, you cut them open, you weigh all the organs, you collect tissue. They make initial findings right away, by the way. And as an investigator, you're right in there.
If they know that that somebody has potentially been murdered, or let's say in the case of domestic violence homicides, why in the flipping flip wouldn't they be doing X-rays?
That's what I said when I heard this, because I thought his head
Right?
was X-rayed. Apparently not.
Especially in domestic violence homicides, you'd have to X-ray to see if they have any old. That's how they knew that Ellen Greenberg had old wounds that were in 4 different stages of healing. So I don't want to hear this nonsense. Okay, I'm writing this down. I got to look this up tomorrow. I mean, in an autopsy of someone who dies of natural causes, I can understand why they wouldn't do X-rays. But if this is a death investigation,
of what they first thought was a domestic, and then 16 hours in, Trooper Proctor said, "Nope, this is a homicide." So you would think that you would want it, and it's apparent that he has head wounds. you would think that you would want to get some type of scans to show
this is one of the
damage
bizarre
this vehicle. Yep.
Yeah, this is one of the bizarrest things I've ever heard, and I'm stunned. I mean, if it's true, if they do not do X-rays of homicide victims, this is going to blow my mind, because I can't believe.
What's the time? Oh, all right, okay, yeah. There's only like 2 more minutes left that I wanted to hear.
Okay.
With them, because you want to know initial findings. Doc, are we looking at an accident? Are we looking at a homicide? What are you thinking here? What do you think caused this? And they're going to give you initial findings that never hit a report for a long time, because you need to figure out, how that affects your investigation. An actual good point about this is in the Sandra Birchmore case. Remember, that medical examiner said it was a suicide and said she hung herself. I mean, that really curtailed what a lot of the investigation.
And graduated in 1991.
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Following your graduation, where did you go?
So thank you for indulging me. So yeah.
Absolutely. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. So the point was Karen said a lot of shit that she shouldn't have said. Karen's a human being. She's not perfect, and didn't look good. Reports from Sue O'Connell and other people in the courtroom yesterday is that when they played those clips and the clips of her basically, not mocking, but
right,
an interpretation of Peggy O'Keefe.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, girl. You're still breaking up. You're frozen. You're frozen with your hands like this.
There we go. Am I back? Okay, yeah. So again, not great. We knew it wasn't going to be great. We knew it was going to be bad. It turns out it was a little worse than, because some of the clips we just didn't see. And the other side is naturally gloating and saying, "Oh, she's this, she's that, she's blah 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 blah." And then this happened, and we just saw their new theories. And again, we're not going to make fun and poke and say, "Oh, this person this person that." We're just going to say, you don't have good takes on theories. We're not going to insult their intelligence. We're not going to insult whatever it is. We're just going to say, we know science, we know facts. Doesn't jive. So we have that going for us. I just wanted to show what it was they're talking about. That's their top theory.
Exactly. Well, thanks. I'm glad we looked at that. I'm going to look that up about
and they all said there was snow underneath them. So grass. I'm sorry. There was grass underneath them.
Right.
So we'll see. But
yikes. The only way there could be grass underneath him is if his body heat melted the snow, because we know for a fact from those videos from the waterfall that it was snowing enough for the grass to already have snow on it.
Yeah.
If she had hit him and he had landed in the grass. And them basically disparaging Trooper Proctor is a really bad idea, because his testimony is what they used for their theories as to what happened to John. He testified in trial 1 as to what their theory was, what their reconstruction was of what happened. And then these 3 guys are coming on here saying Trooper Paul was wrong. Well, he's the only expert they had.
I think they were saying
for the reconstruction on the side.
So they're saying that Trooper Paul, first of all, they said, well, we don't have experts. And he said, well, no, Trooper Paul is the expert. That's the problem. But then they're saying that Alan Jackson tripped up Trooper Paul, and ARCA never tested the full theory. So the defense's theory doesn't jive because they didn't prove the case. Newsflash, the Commonwealth is supposed to prove the case.
They don't have to prove the case. Right.
And number 2, Trooper Paul changed his goddamn theory 3 times on the stand.
Right.
That's how he got the pirouette. He said, yeah, it's totally possible you could do that. Also, it's totally possible he could have got sucked underneath the tire. And it's also totally possible that he could have been launched 60 feet.
So that's reasonable doubt. That's it. Trial over.
Right there. Game over.
Yeah,
Game
that's
over.
it. There's your reason. That should have been the reasonable doubt for all 12 of them, not just 4 of them. Right then and there. I mean, and then you deal with that whole nonsense about where the Jeep was parked, and that should have given them pause
Yep.
to
And
to
who had drinks
wonder.
and who was having a good time and who shoveled and who went to this time and yeah.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
all of it should have been plenty of reasonable doubt, and it should be plenty of reasonable doubt again in trial 2.0. So, all right, you want to go back and listen to Miss Jen for a few more minutes?
Please. This is
All
getting
right.
good.
All right. Okay.
How ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me switch my tabs. Let me go back to the Jen tab here. Which one is that? No, not that one.
You know, it's really too bad because right before that clip they were talking about, because you hear Kevin or the guy in the attic talking about like heritage, like they had a moment like for about like 5-6 minutes. The three of them had a nice moment where they talked about like, you know, where their families are from, where they, you know, like you know, who's from this part of the state, who's from here,
Yeah.
what kind of families do you have, and like they had like a nice human moment, and they
Yeah.
talked about dogs, so like they had like a nice moment, and then like it just goes sideways, but it is what it is.
They're all three of them are very stuck in their beliefs, and I mean they have every right to. They can do that if that's their belief. That's their belief. I mean, there's always going to be two sides, you know, in everything, in almost anything. I mean, you're always going to have two sides, and one's going to end up being proven right, and one will be proven wrong, or nobody will be proven right or wrong, and it'll just be a matter of reasonable doubt. And
exactly,
and we may never know for sure who actually dealt that blow to the head to John O'Keefe.
Yeah, or what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was according to the ME, that, and you know, obviously we'll get to that later, but that was a blow that rendered him unconscious. And
that's what Nurse Kim she said it again. And I forgot about this part. He was struck so hard, his brainstem disconnected. And that shuts you down right there. You are done. D-U-N, done. You are done.
Right.
And I mean, you couldn't move after that. Like they're saying, like that's what
so all those rumors that he was alive when they found him, that can't be true. Because if we believe the ME and the science, he was already dead. The minute that head wound happened, he died.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Like functional. Like yeah, I guess. No, wait. Yeah, see that I'm not sure with. Like it was severed, but I thought that you had like basic function.
Well, the one ME I remember, and we'll see what happens, you know, in trial 2.0. But I'm positive the one ME said that it was a fatal blow. That head injury killed him, and so. I remember that from trial 1.0. And so I mean, we haven't gotten to all of the, you know,
maybe he got hit later. Maybe he got hit once and then started convulsing. And then like, they were like, put him out of his misery and then smashed his head. And that was the end of it later because he was still alive for some time.
There
like,
would have been
maybe it was progressive, you know, like when I go fishing, like I have fish and it's like, okay, time to go in. You got to do the bluefish bat and you got to smack him over the head to, you know, end him. Maybe that's what happened. Like, hey, it's time to go outside, make sure he's done and smash him again. I don't know.
But there'd be evidence.
It's all reasonable doubt. We don't know.
Well, there would have been evidence of that though in the autopsy.
Yeah.
If he had
there
been
was evidence of a lot of things, but they didn't look at it.
True, but I think that Bello, whatever her name is, Bello, if there were two, there's no way they could have created an identical head wound. So there would have had to have been a differentiation in where the second head wound came from. And I don't think it happened like that.
Well, but there isn't an X-ray to tell where the strikes were and where everything was. Like they just looked and said, oh, he has a fractured skull and from here to here. They didn't look at it and say like, well, there's a strike here, and a strike here. She just said it was all bruised up. I think that he got a lot more reps and it could be possible. Again, that's reasonable doubt. Yeah. We don't know.
Right. Anything's possible. But what the autopsy,
you know, that's the one, the neurologist, Dr. Stonebridge.
Right. Okay. Let's go back to Jen for a little bit here. Where are we? All right.
Heard
4 pages.
There were a ton of transcripts because there was the UK proceeding, depositions, and more.
After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
Wow.
All right. Well, he just
Jen's
sat down.
process
He's like, I'm
long.
going to wait. She's going to read her entire damn grand jury transcript on the stand.
Yep.
I'm so glad we get to Zoom.
Yes.
You had an opportunity.
And Potsa, do you think the feds are watching this?
Review those
Yes.
few pages from your
I mean, not me,
testimony
but yes.
in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a
She
matter of
said
fact, you
several.
looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks.
5 times.
After the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronological.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Which
Yes.
also makes
Is she also answering with the
knows that.
royal we?
So you're
She and the
indicating that
mouse
you were
in her
trying to
pocket.
communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front
I'm
door?
waiting for someone to change their YouTube
I'm not
screen
good
into
with
the
distance.
feds. Just start
Further
messaging.
than
We
you
are
and I are
watching.
from each other, correct?
Chat, I'm
Correct.
teasing.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Nothing's easier.
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Just right outside the front door.
I'm not good with
Straight outside.
You
Yes.
don't say.
Well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Then you indicated that
you're making it
you had
harder.
an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only
Yeah,
did you
well,
have a
she's not
clear
just
view, you
answering.
indicated in your words, you had a good view of it,
So,
right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone.
that is a really long time
Correct.
for no one
So
to go
you would
outside.
agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
It's a really long time. Oh, right. Okay.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
He wants to pull out the times, ma'am, because in that 19 minutes, if you're looking out the window every 2 minutes and texting, he would like to know when the fuck Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the car and how you didn't see it.
Yep.
I feel dense for just seeing it now, but that's why he keeps asking. If you're looking out the window every 2 or 3 minutes, at what point did you see her hit John O'Keefe? We're going to be here for a minute.
Yeah, it's absolutely ludicrous for them to expect us to believe that her and her husband were constantly looking out the window just for John O'Keefe to arrive. I mean, it's like he's the freaking president or something. I mean, this makes zero sense. When who has been at we call them after bar parties in Wisconsin in my younger years, right before having children, who would go to an after bar party and continually hawk the front of the house waiting for just one person to arrive, right? It makes no logical sense whatsoever that they would have been doing this. They would have been conversing and laughing and singing and having a few drinks. And that's what you do at after bar parties, listening to music. And if somebody comes, they come. If they don't, they don't. And then especially if you saw the car out there, why the hell wouldn't you walk outside and go up to the car and say, hey, what's going on? You guys coming in? Like Julie Nagel went out to talk to her brother and told him, do you guys going to come in? And they said, no, thanks. And she said, okay, well, I'm staying. She didn't just sit there, texting them, about, or she didn't text him and say, I'm not coming out. Thanks for coming for nothing. She actually walked outside and went and talked to her brother. So this is just crazy to me that her and Matt McCabe expect us, and Lally expect us to believe that is normal behavior at an after bar party, to be hawking out the window and constantly texting and looking and texting and looking. And then of course, what we just said earlier, Julie, that Sarah Nagel testified that she was charging her phone. So
Sarah Levinson, yeah.
I mean, Sarah Levinson, sorry. How was she getting up and down 5 times? Was she constantly unplugging it and plugging it back in and unplugging it? It just, nothing is 1 + 1 = 2 here at all.
Yeah, I think it was awfully convenient that she was charging her phone for as long as she was, and at the exact time that they were having a looking out the window party, that every single person was there, even the ones who were facing the opposite direction, looking out the window. Right. They made sure to get front row seat to look out the window.
And Brian Albert Jr. and Julie are looking out the window for Ryan to arrive. And so
look out the window for some reason. That's, I don't know if right. like big happenings. But I mean, some of it does seem to be true. So maybe they were looking out the window, either anticipating them or watching something that's happening outside, or who knows what.
That's easier to believe, because she was changing her mind and she wasn't going to go home with them anymore. So she was keeping an eye open so she could run out and talk to her brother. So that's more logical and easier to believe than Matt and Jen looking out just to see if John is here, if John arrived. Why is John's presence so important at your after bar party, right?
Because Ms. Manipulation over here seemed to set up a whole, and her brother-in-law allegedly seemed to set up a little, not a trap, but like two puppets in a show to,
sort of a trap. I mean, if you are on the side where you believe that they wanted him back there so they could talk to him, then they were anticipating his arrival. They were anxious for him to get there. They were anxious. Right, exactly. Yep. Okay, back we go for a little while.
We talked about the times, and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45.
Correct.
Right. So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know. I was doing the math in my head. Maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise?
So if you weren't in the shower, which I suspect you weren't, because your curls are still intact, you wouldn't have had time. My client wouldn't have had time to hide the gun before you came downstairs. So you would have had to find my client with a gun in their hand to make your story plausible, wouldn't you, Chutney? That's where we're at right now. You would have had to have seen it at some point if you are looking out the window constantly.
That's right.
Or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
Right.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out of the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
But you didn't see
And then you saw the
John
SUV
O'Keefe
gone,
in the snow.
driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
You're assuming? It's a murder trial, ma'am.
You were looking. Weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what the field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
Oh, shit.
You had clear and good view
Do you think she's figured out where he was going with that now?
across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it
Didn't
left.
move that far up, Jen. It wasn't up
I
in
could
the
see
corner.
the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing.
Ma'am, when you look at the road, don't you look over the ground? Or do somehow you not?
Your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view.
She's also upstairs. You have the high ground.
Yes.
And everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
What was obstructing your view?
Obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but
Right.
not obstructed
How is that
on
possible?
the SUV.
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that.
How do
Your
You're
peripheral
focusing right
vision.
now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of you if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a fair question.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Alan doesn't need to.
Yes.
Make
Well,
the
there's a
point.
table.
And you don't have to look down.
This is just so ludicrous because anybody understands that if you're looking at a car parked in front of your house, you're going to see what's in your lawn between you and the car that's parked in front of your house. For her to argue about this is just stupid. And it's because she knows what he's trying to say is that if John O'Keefe was laying in that yard between the front door of 34 Fairview and the black SUV, you would have had to have seen him, right, Julie? Oh, I lost Julie. Oh, she must have had to run out and take a break. Well, anyway, you guys know what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. If you're looking out your front door and you're looking at a car that's parked in front of your house or even a little bit in front of your house, you're going to see what's between you and the car. It's just not rocket science here. So Jen is deflecting and being evasive and not wanting to cooperate with this line of questioning because she knows what it means that if John O'Keefe was in that front yard, she would have seen him. She knows that. She'll be right back. Okay, thanks, Julie. Yeah, feel free to take a break. We've been streaming for a long time. And speak of that, I am going to just pause for just 2 minutes so that I can run and grab some more. No more iced tea for me, or I'll be up till 6 a.m. But I know that the Pope's funeral is on. That's what MCAT was going to bed for. And now since I'm going to be up this late, I think I'd like to watch it too. So give me 2 seconds to run in and fill up my, I'm going to switch to water and no more iced tea for me. And I'll be right back. Thank you.
Alan to see that, right?
Alan,
You're looking directly in my face.
Alan doesn't need to make the point. He's going to make the point because he's on a roll, and he can't stop himself. But he doesn't need to make the point. The jury's sitting there going, "Ma'am, seriously, just stop."
You can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
Periphery.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Bring the eye doctor and let's talk about peripheral vision. I didn't realize we would get to an alligator. At least he didn't say wild boar. But I'm kind of bummed that he didn't at this point. We're going to zoom. I'm surprised they got this far into the morning without a sidebar, honestly. I'm sure the court is like, can we not harp on peripheral vision any longer?
That flat lawn with that good
view over white snow with stairs. Like you're elevated.
Yes.
Oh, he started asking questions before he got back to the podium. Sir, you can't do that. I'm trying to zoom because I keep talking. Also, it's Massachusetts, Alan, not Florida. Alligators.
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not
6 times,
you did it 5
9 times,
and then
6 times
after it was gone.
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Another time. I wish I had. I wish he had. I wish
Not
he
at
had.
all.
I wish I
It's
had.
not at all.
I
I'll
wish
let
I
the
had.
answer stand.
Yep.
A lot of people have said I wish I had.
Oh, thank you, Emily.
John O'Keefe never came in that house that night. I wish he had.
Yep.
About 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Questions.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right.
Conveniently.
Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in
You
the
would
car
turn towards
and
the
immediately
lawn when you're in the
yourself
driveway, ma'am.
directly to the rear and never turned back around. and never
Excuse-
looked outside the windows.
Alan, I take offense. It was peanut butter jelly time in that SUV.
That's right.
So,
it
yes,
was peanut butter
they
jelly
got in
time.
the SUV. She turned
Peanut
around
butter
and they started talking
jelly.
about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That is her testimony.
Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
I
So you
believe
made sure
that.
that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
Nope, that's
You
totally
also
not it.
didn't hear anybody. You
believe
did
that
hear
she's a
some
chatty
girls in
person.
the back,
Mm.
since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
That's argumentative.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's
No,
argumentative.
that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
This is
time
what
do you
I've
think
been
you got
waiting
home?
for.
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15. I'm
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
correct.
If you're going to tell me you didn't brush your teeth and wash your face, ma'am, I'm not going to believe you
When you got
forever.
home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to feed my Snorlax.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of
Genuinely trying to
third-party
figure out what
app
he's asking.
that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make the call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
She genuinely looks confused. She's like, oh, what now?
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
Chat.
I want to switch gears for a second.
First, she knows the questions are coming about the Google search. We know the questions are coming about the Google search.
Yep.
The Google search at 2:26, 2:27 in the morning, how long to die in the snow, was part of the defense's opening statement. There is nuance. Alan Jackson has been doing trial work for a very long time. He was a district attorney before he became a defense attorney. I think he actually ran for district attorney. This is something not all lawyers would do. It is something I don't always have patience to do, but it is brilliant. And here is why. This witness knows what the fuck is coming. And we're leading up to the point. There is an anticipation of having to deal with this testimony that I know, she knows, he knows. Probably the jury, if they remember the opening statements, knows that what is coming about the Google search. And he is leaving her on the edge of her seat, knowing
Okay.
that she is going to have to address this testimony.
Right.
And he keeps shifting gears on it.
Right.
So by the time he gets to it at the end, she is going to be tired, frustrated, cranky, and then we'll have to answer for the most difficult testimony that I think is coming. There might be more that we don't know, but this is not just building anticipation for this witness, but also frustrating her. It is a solid strategy. Like, we're going to get up, we're going to switch gears. We're going to get up, we're going to switch gears. It is not something all lawyers do, because sometimes you're just like, but we are going to be here a minute, and it is going to frustrate the fuck out of this witness. Also, to everyone in the chat, I can't read the chat at the moment or I will die laughing, but for everyone in the chat who has told me for like 4 trials now that I needed to just get a digital note taker, I am going to just issue my sincerest apologies now. All of you were correct. I should have listened sooner. I was like, no, I love my notebooks. I'm an hour into this morning, and I'm like, I'm never doing anything again. I'll keep you posted on how that goes by the end of the day. But the strategy here I needed to point out, because the strategy is fantastic. It's just great strategy. Great strategy for the defense. You're going to see her get
you real quick about
more uncomfortable.
Later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts.
Because she's going to have to deal with that video too.
Yes.
You indicated
So
that
they're
you
jumping around in
you
time.
looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the
You
couch
were searching.
that night to wait for
Peeked
John to come
at the
home.
couch.
I'm not aware of that now.
Yeah.
You didn't ask her? So much happened and you didn't ask her where she
Testified
slept?
On Friday, that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
She said it was
Correct.
crystal clear.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
Yeah. Shock and horror.
Yet law enforcement did nothing. So chat, I'm trying the remarkable. I'll keep you posted. I saw tech reviewers review it. It seems lightweight and easy. So that's what I'm trying.
I may have just a moment.
I'll keep you posted on how we like it. But after I ran through 3 of these and they discontinued them, I had to burn it to the ground because I just wanted to use that notebook. This is the ADHD. I just wanted to use that notebook. Any other notebook was unacceptable. So, no.
Agree.
Yes.
Agree.
And now this.
I'm going to hand you a document.
I can't believe that Madam
Did
Court
you,
reporter
before I
said
asked you
something,
about that specific document,
that it was
Right.
that bad.
did you
He had to say
review
something.
anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Not her grand jury
Yes.
Your
transcript.
grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Really? Okay. Chad, I know you guys were telling me to get a remarkable during Murdaugh, and I was like, I
You
love
did
my
review your grand
notebooks.
jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on what you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that
So I
right?
took the little
Correct.
thing that I have for my Apple Pencil and threw it on this one because I need like squishy.
So basically, this testimony she's looking at was from almost 2 years prior to her sitting there today. I mean, last year at this time.
This is the grand jury, the state grand jury.
Yeah. He said, well, I don't know if it was this. Yeah, it must have been because he said April something of 2022.
Yeah, state grand jury. Yep.
Right. And now we're in April of 2024. So 2 years prior. And now he's going to point out what we know he's going to point out.
In that hearing, rather, you'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony?
This is the
Yes.
state grand
You were
jury.
subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Oh, girl. What did you
Ms.
say?
McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Show me where you said it.
Was I asked what she said? Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
He asked you.
Oh, brazen.
No, ma'am.
No,
He's,
no, you cannot ask the question.
Fuck. What he said was, show me where you said it. Show me where you said this impactful statement. I hit him X3. Crystal clear. Show me where you said it at the grand jury. Did she never say this at the grand jury? Chat.
Wait a second. Kat, can you
Yes.
pause this for a second?
What the fuck happened at this grand jury?
I got to get my mouse going here. Hang on a
Grand
second.
jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page.
Okay.
This is very, very, very interesting given what Kerry Roberts just did the other day in court, where it came out saying, oh, who told you to say all this? Or, like, oh, did you hear her saying, like, no. I heard from this person right here that she was the one who said that. And it's going to come out that at her own grand jury, she didn't even say, I hit him herself. What?
Right.
So she literally threw Kerry Roberts to the wolves and under the bus. I guess the wolves under the bus to say, hey, why don't you say it? Because, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How does such an impactful statement?
Wow.
How in the world does such an impactful statement not come out in the grand jury, right? But yet Carrie was instructed to say that she heard Karen tell Jen to Google how long to die in the cold, which is basically what indicted her. I mean, that's really probably what put that over the edge and indicted her for murder.
I thought that they both said it. I didn't know that she didn't say anything and Kerry Roberts was the one like, why don't you say this? Remember Karen said that, like, this is so, like, this is like beyond pathological. I don't know what this is. This is something.
But now what she's trying to claim is that they never asked her if she heard Karen saying. She's trying to claim she wasn't asked, so she didn't offer, I hit him in the grand jury, which would have most definitely got the grand jury to send her to trial, right?
I can't believe this.
I know, it's shocking. It is stunning that she.
I hope to God, Kerry. Oh my God.
Show me.
Ever said that my client said,
show me.
I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him on that morning.
Yeah.
So you didn't
So it's
say
not in
it.
that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document.
Because you didn't say it.
Testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think
you prepped for your testimony. This is the most impactful thing Karen said to you that morning, and you don't know if it's there or not? Sure, Jan. Sure. Sure.
You might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
Lolly.
I read it a few weeks ago.
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
What have you been doing all weekend?
In anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello. I read it a few weeks ago.
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
And I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that. It is, yes.
Why?
Did you see it in the transcript?
Ask her why.
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
He scoffed. Did you hear it? I heard it.
Yes.
I heard him scoff.
These are select pages.
I might be in shock and
I'm
horror
waiting for
after
him to
this.
just be like, you know what? The prosecution has asked every witness who plays on the varsity basketball team and if they lost that game or not. We know what everyone was drinking, including the Crystal Light. We know everyone at the high top. If I'm Alan Jackson at this point, I'd be real fucking tempted. I don't know if it would piss the jury off or not because I'm not sitting there looking at their faces and it's on week 4. I'd be real fucking tempted to stand up there page by page. Is it on this page?
Yep.
Is it on this page?
I agree with her.
Is it on? Because sometimes you get petty like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the best for this jury, but the way I'd be so tempted.
I know, right?
Chat, I see you motioning for code red. I'm going to go to code.
She is such a bitch to him in this entire cross, and she battles and combats every single thing that I mean, I don't know how he can even stand it, you know.
I'm so tense and like I can't believe this.
Oh, I know it makes
like right off the bat, like so quick. Like the first thing was let's get rid of it and blame somebody, and then let somebody else let other people fall on the sword. Like who's gonna fall into our lap to fall on the sword? You? Okay, perfect.
Yep, exactly. Because she wasn't gonna. It's mind-boggling. Like I said, her cross is probably going to be in law schools for law students for all of eternity.
Code red while she is reviewing the grand jury testimony about that morning. For those of you that are new here, welcome, new law nerds. Code red is our maximum level of fuckery. What the fuck? We're going to get to this answer in just a second. And we need to go to DEF CON red. I need to start keeping a tally of how many witnesses we go to DEF CON red on. But really, it's not in the grand jury transcript. Was she asked about that morning and never said it? Is this why it's in none of the police reports? I have so many questions. So for those of you that are flash sensitive, when the music stops, the flash stops because it is a bit flashy. And we are going to DEF CON red in 3, 2,
It's so funny.
1.
DEF CON red. I love it.
Lolly asked where people sat in the bleachers at the varsity basketball game at 6:30 in the evening before everybody went to CF McCarthy's and the waterfall.
Right.
If I'm the defense, I'm like, you know what? I've got a minute. We're going to do the whole thing.
I know, right? And
All
who,
of it.
if anyone, was
All
on
of
the
it.
point guard, and who, if anyone.
Exactly.
And he's just going to let there sit there and
true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times.
Oh my God.
What my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene.
Oh, they were prepared for that.
Oh my great.
You were asked 12 times what she said. Was I ever asked, ma'am? You read your transcript. You know damn well you were
If
asked.
anyone
You
was
still
asked.
answered that. Wow. How'd you not see the way this was going to go? You know why? Because at the grand juries, there's no defense attorney.
Yeah.
You're not cross-examined at a grand jury.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
I question
According to this.
is it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Good
Yes.
inflection.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning, could I have hit him?
He's going to go
Correct?
each time.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2.
This is
While
more
driving to
powerful than if she had
Fairview,
just said no.
She asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him?
She set
And went
this
on to
up.
ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Where in there does it say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? The testimony about her saying it to another.
Julie, did you catch that where he asked the judge, can I approach? And Jen says yes.
Oh, no, I missed that. I'm sorry.
I got to go back so you could catch that. That was another one of those aha moments where she's taking control of the courtroom. I know, it's so fucking much. Okay, let me back this up just a second here. I knew I should have ordered I had a pizza. I went for pizza early with my friends, but I really want it right now. Okay, wait, where were we? Okay, right about there. I think that'll work, I think.
The fuck? We're going to get to this answer in just a second. And we need to go to DEFCON Red.
Okay, DEFCON Red, so let me.
I think if you
Yeah,
hit,
they were prepared for that.
I think if you hit the
You
arrow
were
button,
asked 12 times what she said.
No.
Was I ever
There is
asked,
no
ma'am?
arrow on
You read your transcript. You
Oh, no,
know
I'm
damn well you were
keyboard,
asked
no.
and you still answered that. Wow. How'd you not see the way this was going to go? You know why? Because at the grand juries, there's no defense attorney. You're not cross-examined at a grand jury.
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
I question is it true that in April of 2022, you in John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2.
This is
While
more
driving to
powerful than if she had
Fairview,
just said no.
She asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him?
She set
and went
this
on to
up.
ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Where in
Did you
there
hear?
does it say, I hit him, I hit?
Did you hear her say yes?
Yes.
May I approach? She says yes.
Yes. Not
He's
just
talking
yes.
to the
Yes.
judge. Yeah, he's talking to the judge. Oh my God.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my
We'll
God.
just go. We'll go through a little bit more of this, and then I have to go to bed.
Yep.
Him, I hit him. The testimony about her saying it to another woman in front of the female paramedic is consistent with what Katie McLaughlin testified to.
I think that's who you're
Do
talking to.
you
Well,
believe in this testimony that that's consistent with what Karen Reed was yelling that morning? Because all of the testimony that's in so far from my perspective is that Karen Reed was fucking panicked and was trying to figure out what happened. Anyone who has been panicked can attest to how much you will say to try to figure out what the fuck is happening in a confusing situation. It seems that this morning was a confusing situation.
Right.
But this testimony in April is, could I have hit him? Which all seems like someone trying to figure out what the fuck happened and if they're responsible if they dropped someone off.
Yeah. And that
Or
just
does it
makes
seem like a
total sense.
confession to you?
Anybody would be asking
And
those
here's
questions.
why I'm not looking at this as a confession. Because no one did that morning. No one.
Oh, exactly.
Police let Karen Reed leave the scene. They knew he was not called yet, but they knew that John O'Keefe was deceased.
Yes,
Law enforcement did.
they did.
And they let Karen Reed leave the scene
Yep.
as if she was someone who was grieving and under stress, not as if she was someone who just confessed to hitting someone with a vehicle.
That's right.
And
Same with the
then they
fight
put her
for
on a
the
psych
EMTs.
hold.
Yep.
Exactly.
So how do we get to here? How?
Good question.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury
Yeah.
in April
So
of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
How did this case
Correct.
become my cousin
Not
Vinny?
one time in that testimony did you say she declared,
Crystal
I hit
clear.
him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we
You're
were
doubling
driving in the
down?
car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
Oh
So
my
you
God.
believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're
That
not asked the question,
parsing's not
did she
gonna
say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not.
Your testimony.
My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was
An officer
and
or
different things about him.
ambulance
And at
driver?
that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
It was the
I
paramedic.
do not recall.
It was the
When you
paramedic.
called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was either, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
You were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But
might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed. I hit him, I hit him, I hit
She's
him,
offered
right?
a lot of testimony here.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
absolutely not.
Lots of absolutely's.
I disagree.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 is
Yeah, can we listen to it?
I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay. I want to hear Karen Reed screaming in the background of the 911 tape. That would be at 6:01, because there is truth to Karen Reed's behavior at the scene. Everyone testified that she was absolutely panicked and screaming.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. 2 seconds.
I love when she turns to the jury, trying to like, no, this happened.
Right.
Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play starting at runtime 1:30.
This is so hard to hear.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yes, that
I heard
was.
something about a car.
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You hadn't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
No, she didn't.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You testified on Friday that she said she left him at the waterfall. Just saying.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not
Her
sure.
sister is Nicole Albert,
You claim that
the homeowner
your sister didn't
of
answer.
34 Fairview.
She did not answer.
Did Chloe? Because somebody did.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you
Absolutely not.
are sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him. Right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called at 6:08.
Wow.
Alan,
Oh boy.
Alan, the judge is going to yell at you about the snark again with the seriously and the perfect.
Yeah.
Because who are we going to believe at this point? Them or the phone records whenever they come in?
That's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times. Right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. So called at 6:08.
Not a good look.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit.
You know why you call someone twice, Chad?
This may be as good a time as any to take a break if you wish. I just have to
Guess with me.
It's up to you. I don't mind.
Why do you call twice? If somebody has do not disturb
There's our morning recess.
on, the double calls will get answered. We haven't even gotten to how long to die in the snow yet. What are y'all thinking about this cross-examination? As the jury goes out, I'm going to zoom, and then I'm going to answer some questions.
All right, guys. Wow. I have not listened to that since way back when. I listened to it like after the fact, but I just I kind of forgot how bad I kind of forgot how bad it really was. And it's going to get worse. Trust me, it's going to get worse, Julie.
How does this get worse?
It does. It gets worse. She gets more defiant, more snarky, more just completely
snarkier than what we just saw her when Alan Jackson said, "Really, absolutely not." Like, absolutely not. You said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
Yeah.
Like, no, absolutely not. Like she looked like she was ready to growl at him.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, we I think, hang on, let me quick go look. I think she's got, give me a second. Let me quick look and see what she's got left. And then it goes on into the next day. Cause this is I mean, Jackson just grills her, for hours, like hours. So right now we're at almost the 2-hour mark of her cross. And I'm going to go forward and see where this day ends. This day ends at 4 hours. So we're right. So we're 2 hours in, there's 2 hours left. And then there's more the next day because she wears 3 different suits. I remember calling up the 3 faces and the 3 suits of Jen McCabe. That's what I put on the meme, the thumbnail for this. So we've got 2 hours left, and then whatever's on that. Let me see. I think I have that last day already pulled up. Let me see what's on that one. Yeah, I do. Okay, let me look at this one. Yep, there's her other suit. So this one is let's see where. Okay, this is, she's still going. They had a sidebar, a pretty long sidebar. This is she's still on cross, 3 hours and 20. And then the court ends for the day. She's still on cross, 3 hours and 29 minutes. That's crazy, right? So we have 2 hours to go, and then there's 3 hours and 29 minutes to go after that.
How in the Christ are they going to call her?
I know it's going to be crazy. I know it's nuts. So hopefully, do you remember? I mean, we don't know who's next, right? We don't know.
Wait a second. It was,
who's supposed to be coming up next?
They're doing all the blood stuff.
I wonder how soon they're going to call.
Maybe there was a guy at the Mass State Police who was the one who actually ran the computer model. That's going to be interesting because that's what should have happened today when what's-her-face went after the doctor talking about the blood work, saying like, well, do you know this and this and this and this that could have elevated levels in here and MS and this, that. It should have went after the guy at the Mass State Police lab because I think they went a little too hard at this guy today and it didn't go well. At least I didn't think it went too great. Like I get the point they were trying to make, but they didn't need to go as hard. But
yeah.
What do I
know? So next Friday Night Lies, we will for sure be able to cover this next 2 hours, but then we could probably get at least an hour and a half of the 3 hours. So we're going to need two more Friday Night Lies to finish Jen McCabe. And it'll be interesting to see if in that time space, because we'll also do the recap of what's going on that week and take a look at, a snippet look at the witnesses who are going to go next Friday night. So we'll be able to keep up and still completely dissect the testimony of Jen McCabe. And then it'll be really interesting when she goes the second time around. Are all those answers going to remain the same, or is she going to change her testimony? I mean, this is going to be crazy when she goes.
They're going to have to. Plus, some of these witnesses have testimony in front of the from the first trial, the state grand jury, and the feds. They lie to the feds. That's a different story. Now, was Kerry ever interviewed by the feds? Don't remember.
I don't remember. So. We'll have to look it up. I don't think so.
Yeah. but I know a lot of the other ones were, and that's going to be interesting. So,
yeah, this is
because federal perjury is a whole different animal.
Right, right.
So
it's just shocking to me how anybody can watch that cross and not have questions. Even even Emily who was trying to watch it as a juror is all over her. She's right spot on with everything. Like when I had just got done saying peripheral vision, and then Emily says, we're all thinking the same thing that these lawyers are thinking. They're agreeing with how we all feel, just as lay people watching this as non-lawyers. We agree with all the lawyers. It's just it's mind-boggling that anybody at all thinks that this is okay, the way she's behaving and the answers she's giving, and how in the world she answered 12 different questions and never once included that, but now she's going to broadcast it in front of a jury. It's so obvious. That's the thing. It's so obvious. How do you not see that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where Breenan's plan to kind of go a little faster might bite him in the ass, because Lally, like dragged it on and kind of set everything up so that he put like problematic people in places so that it kind of disappeared, and they heard people last, and oh, let's forget about this guy, and kind of buried it and kind of played like a little bit of like a strategery here, because Breenan's going faster. I think it's going to bite them in the ass. But I see what he's doing. He's setting it up so that it basically says like, hey, she definitely drove drunk, because she admits to it. And oh, look at this other stuff. She, is a horrible human being because look at what she did and said here. And he's gonna put that in the jury's mind. So then everything else happens, and you go, well, but remember, she said all this stuff. So who knows? I mean, I don't know if this is gonna combat. I mean, it does to me, but I'm not a juror.
Well, it's just an absolute travesty to me that they don't allow the jury to look at the transcript. I mean, how do you expect a jury to remember 8 weeks of testimony and then be able to make a decision if someone should go to jail for 5, 10, 20, 30, whatever the case may be, right? How do you not allow that? I mean, the people in Massachusetts, some of you have to get that on the ballot somehow. You have to lobby your congressmen and your senators to make that, to change that, because that just can't be right. It just doesn't make sense. And why that's such an archaic old law that they're not allowed to have the transcript to help them make their decision on if they should send someone to prison or not. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous that that's what's going on in Massachusetts. It's just insane. So, well, I liked your idea about, I liked what you said about the Jeep thing. I mean, so many people in the chats were bringing up the Jeep thing and trying to make sense of it, including our live chat tonight, and I'm sure replay. I liked what you had to say, that they were trying to place that Jeep there so that if they needed to frame Higgins for hitting John, they had the Jeep there, they had the placement. I think it's possible. I mean, anything's possible. It's all so, the truth isn't this muddy, right? The truth is not this muddy. The truth is not this convoluted and doesn't have all these discrepancies. And it's just, this case was mind-boggling the first time, and it's mind-boggling the second time around too. It's frustrating and annoying, and it's a travesty how many lives are being ruined because of them taking this to trial.
I still can't get over the Carrie Roberts thing.
Oh, I know. I can't. I guess there was a picture of her. It was at the Boston Globe. I think I saw it in the Boston Globe. We'll have to show that next week. I'll look for it and make a screenshot of it and put it in the case stack here. Basically, and Howie Carr, did you hear about that? That he made, I'm paraphrasing this because I didn't read it very closely today. He said something to the effect of that Carrie Roberts' testimony to the state grand jury literally was the reason why Karen Reed went to trial, why she was indicted.
Yeah, that's what Turtle said too in his little post. Yeah, but he also wrote a not very great post that basically said, you need to indict this fat slob or whatever he said. He insulted her. And again, that's the reason why, that might be part of the reason why she's, sticking with the, with like, oh, Jen McKay's my best friend because look at this.
Yeah, I don't like even if they've committed perjury, if they're lying, if they're in on this, then they need to be punished and they need to go to jail. But I don't like calling people names. I don't like calling people fat or sloppy or they have crooked teeth or their hair looks terrible or they're, I don't like doing that. There's no
their behavior, not that.
Focus on the facts of what they did, of what is their crime, because I don't really like all the name calling. That's just, to me, so unnecessary. It doesn't make the case better. To me, it makes Free Karen Read supporters look just really bad if you support that. Like you don't have to. Just stick to your journalism, stick to your facts. You've got so much on your side. If you're on the Free Karen Read side of this, you don't have to lower yourself to calling people names or lying about people or disparaging people on Twitter and all the places, and and that weird thing that happened today with me on Twitter, I was basically yelled at for disparaging Melanie Little, but I did not disparage her. I was actually concerned that she did not look well in her shows this week. That's all. I wasn't disparaging her. I like her. I respect her. I think she's very smart and intelligent, and I enjoy watching her. I try to switch off between all the different creators that carry the trial. So that's the thing that sucks about social media, is that people can misunderstand your intentions or misunderstand your written words and then just go off and take it down a road that it didn't need to go down. But I don't like the name calling. That's just a no-brainer. That takes me back to
just stick to the facts. Just say, hey, like for example, like Julie Nagel. I know everybody took swipes of Julie Nagel. I'm guilty of it in the past too, of taking swipes. And then I saw something that somebody put on Twitter about a month back, and it and I looked at it and it changed something where I said, oh my God, like because I got sick and things changed, and I was like, well,
right,
maybe Julie Nagel got sick or something happened, and but that doesn't take away from the fact that I don't think she's a particularly good person, and she said a whole bunch of things that can be disproven, and so
right. And she, she was super disrespectful on the stand as well.
She was an absolute jerk to David. So she
was. So, you don't have to like her. You don't have to respect her for the way she treated the lawyers when she was, simply, she's just supposed to be a witness, a non-combative, witness to nothing, but a witness to the fact there was no body in the yard. They're not supposed to be combative with the other lawyers because they're just there to tell what they saw. So there should be no, combative nature or treating the other, the defense lawyers in any certain way. You shouldn't be treating the prosecution better than, because you're not on anyone's side. You're just an independent, bipartisan witness of what happened that night. You're there to just tell what you saw.
Yep, exactly. Just the facts, ma'am. And just
exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly.
This whole entire case, I mean, it has everybody on edge. Like, yeah, it's a big deal, and all the shit came out from this week, and it's just a lot. And I think everybody's just on edge. Again, that's no excuse. We're still human beings. You have to treat people like people and humans, and be
right.
nice to people.
I hope people can try not to be too on edge, because this is going to go on for like probably 5 or 6 weeks minimum. So it's not going to be good for your central nervous systems if you're so on edge that you're just jumping down everybody's throats, that say or do one little thing that you don't like, and then they're going to become person non grata to you. I mean, that's not cool either. So, everybody's got to take a deep breath and just try to let this play out. And there's nothing anyone can do about this anymore. The advocacy is done because the jury is going to make their decision, and whether it's a hung jury, acquitted, or she's guilty on 1, 2, or 3 of the counts. The advocacy component is over now. It's not gonna. And then if she does get convicted on any of those counts, then they will appeal, and so then you can consider, you can continue all your advocacy then, of course. But for right now, you just all need to take a deep breath and just
wait.
Put on your seatbelt and wait, and just watch the trial and make your comments as respectfully as possible, and try not to piss each other off and get in silly fights amongst people that are on the same side as you're on. I mean, everybody's going to have a little bit of different opinion, a little bit of a different take on the videos and the testimony and what's being brought in and what's not. And that's all okay. I mean, that's what a good debate's about, and social media provides that platform. So just be nice and respectful and courteous to everybody on the platform. And if people are being nasty and rude and terrible, just don't talk, just don't follow them, don't pay attention to them. Just don't even.
That tonight. Yeah, we showed that tonight. How many points did either one of us bring up, and the other one said, no, I disagree.
Yeah.
We disagreed. Yeah. Are we sending nasty tweets to one another? No. Are we calling one another, ridiculous names? No. We just said, I disagree, and moved on.
You and I don't always agree on everything, and we have a little bit of different way of looking on things, but we agree more than we don't. And when we don't agree, we push each other a little bit. And then sometimes you're like, oh yeah, or I'll be like, oh yeah, Julie, I need to look at it a little bit more your way. Because that's what good people do. That's what human discourse is. That's good debate, good thought process, critical thinking. We don't always have to agree on things, but we can still get along and respect each other. And that's all that there is to that, So, hey, thanks everybody who joined us live tonight. We didn't break our record, but we came close. We didn't quite break our record from 2 weeks ago, but we'll probably get there one of these nights with Jen McCabe. So, I am glad to have all of you. So honored to be live streaming for victims and their families of domestic violence, homicide, and other major crimes and other homicides, and looking at and being an advocate for Karen Read and John O'Keefe, and covering this trial on Friday nights. So I'll be back next week, Wednesday and Thursday, with more coverage of the victims that I'm advocating for and the families that I'm working with. And then we'll be back next Friday night to do some more Jen McCabe and do some more wrap up and check in on Julie's experiments. And
they didn't cooperate quite as I thought they were going to do, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing all of you again. So please subscribe if you haven't. That's really beneficial for the advocacy, because we're not monetized, and so we're just trying to get so much word out about our victims that we're standing for and that we're advocating for justice for them. So we're very close to 1,000 subscribers now, which is just great. And I'm so grateful to all of you for caring about what happens to the victims, for their justice, and for the families, for their fight for the justice for their loved ones. And it's just really honorable that you all care enough about what happens to people and how important it is to get justice when someone has been unalived, not by their own hand. So our email is streaming at the, I think, oh no, I don't have the email up. If you need the email, you can I'll give it out to you again next week. I've given it out many times. It's on a lot of the lives. If you really need it, you can DM me on Twitter X, or you can send me a private message on Facebook if you need to talk or ask any questions. We do have a Google number now, so we can take call-ins. So if there's anybody that wants to call in next week and chat with us, please feel free. And our Cash App and our Venmo are streaming at the bottom, and that's just for donations for program cost, and whatever's left over will go to the families if they ask for donations to help them pay for things like making flyers or paying for police reports. And then if there is a certain month where none of our victims ask for anything, then that just goes into an account and it just stays there for them for future victims' families. And then we'll have, obviously total transparency and accountability for that, because we are not monetized. We are hoping to become a nonprofit. at some point down the road, and I'll keep you posted on that. But thank you for subscribing and for liking our channel and for showing up to live with us and communicate and be in our friend zone. We absolutely appreciate you. So Julie, thank you so much for being my co-host on Friday nights. I appreciate all of your insight and your Bostonian intelligence. Our resident Bostonian. And I hope you all have a really great weekend this weekend. Whatever it is you do, be safe, take care of each other. And we'll be back next week. It's just us. My life mattered.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heavy wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring. They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. It's just us. We're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. For every voice lost in the night. My life matter is the cry we sing. For the ones they try to bury within. It's just us. We're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth.